you see, he's the man. Let me hear you applaud. He's more than a man. He's a shiny golden god.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Monday. A new week. Hopefully one with a live release of 4.0.1. We will see if they can get some of those critical bugs shot. That would be nice. Anyway, let us get started. Just having a sip of coffee there. So, that button, that one, and then that one. And I think that's right. 07, and welcome. And Sandman, yes, I forgot about the /me. I don't know why I thought... It didn't even occur to me. I didn't even see it. So, I will address that after the stream, I suspect. Trissy Two Tins, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Let's see who's here first and foremost. Let's go to YouTube. We have JJ Sandman, Beagle Boss, Flopper, Ty, G.I. Joe, Whack Pigeon, Rex, Deplorable, A. Parker, Lacal, G. Child, John, and Planum 07. And then on YouTube, Twitch, we have Sandman, Deacon, Ralph, Coffee, Rickan. Oh, I haven't written back to you about that stuff yet, Rickan, have I? Sorry, mate. I will get to that. Honcho, Shakas, Zolox, Academy, Zuz, Sandman with the Tier 2 91-month resub, Beers, Party, 07 Party Bus, you know what to do. Holy moly. Marcon, Major. I think I started too low there. City Gamer, Calpin, Red Barchetta, Dro, Grader, Jones, Scar, Trissy. You're on the telly. Tell me, Mum, I'm on the telly. 07, and welcome. Are we all having a good Monday so far? Yeah, a great weekend, thank you. Got quite a lot sorted, quite a lot done. Got some videos sorted, got the MONSTERTECH bit set up, got GAMEGLASS on. I haven't actually tried GAMEGLASS yet. I've just taken their salvaging shard and plopped it on my own tablet, which I don't know if it automatically picks everything up when I go into game. I might have to bind everything. I've also got my other tablet here for like Urkel, Cornerstone, which is going to be very handy. Whew. Overkill, Ian, Blasty, 07, welcome. Vault Weapons will share some cool updates about them soon. Very nice. So they're supposed to be like Pyro exclusive, I believe. But now Pyro's technically here. It would be pretty cool to see them. I'm sure there are a lot more things coming to the Pyro system, like Pyro exclusive loot, weapons, items that we are yet to see as well. Is 401 playable and enjoyable? I haven't tried this latest build. Has anyone tried this latest build? I think it's much more playable than 4.0 preview. That's been a bit of a mess for a while. So they're focusing on 4.0.1. They do the occasional hotfix for the preview channel if there's something they can push out, but ultimately their focus is getting 4.0.1 live, because that is the official proper live launch of the 4.0 build. And there was a patch. I've just done a video actually, only a quick one, covering the latest patch notes, which went live on Friday, to the PTU on Friday. And in those patch notes, they had possibly fixed the single remaining blocker. And as I say in the video, a blocker is generally what they would class as it's stopping the patch from going live. Now there's 8 critical bugs, which I'm assuming they're going to use this week to try and target everything they can as much as possible. But now that the blocker's gone, if it is gone, we could see a live release this week. GameGlass is a must or I can't play. Really rich. Well, I'm just getting into it now. I've finally gotten around to setting it up. Seen what shards are available. Looked at what is available to build a shard, which, looking at what has already been built and the options for what you can use to build the starcitizen shard, unless you use other elements, I think they're already the best they can be. So I'm going to try and mess around with building my own and just sort of see what I can come up with. But ultimately, I think it's a case of waiting for more visuals, because what we have for GameGlass's individual options is old UI. So if you think about the power triangle, that's still available. We don't have these bars yet. So I'm assuming once Craig gets around to it, or once Cloud Imperium expose that to Craig, he can then start bringing them in. But yeah, there's some really cool stuff there, and it all makes noises. I love it. It's so cool, but I haven't properly got into it yet. Scott, good morning. It was rough on Saturday, was it, Lacau? Okay. You have given up on the preview. Feels like it's... Well, it's not that it's... Well, technically, yes, I suppose it has been abandoned. They don't want to waste resources on a patch that is... Like, they're maintaining it. They're trying to keep it going. And as I say, hot-fixing where they can. But ultimately, their focus and all their resources are on 4.0.1, because that's what matters. The rest can just, we don't need it yet. APOC, thank you so much for the 11-month resub. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? You've just come from my 401 release video on YouTube. Talk about amazing timing. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Tris. And Uriel Desmo07, welcome. You can't get out of Orison. I thought that bug was fit. Is that that's the preview build, though, isn't it? Moose Run, how you doing? Yeah, I'm pretty much ignoring the preview build myself, because all the fixes are 4.0.1. The preview has had a few fixes, but they're not great. Oh, you've built your own shard, but using ideas. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's not much you can do that's going to be unique, because it's sharing the same assets, Moose. So at the end of the day, it's all going to be very similar. But by all means, drop it in my Discord GameGlass channel. Share your shard. Xtobe, welcome. You tried playing 4.0.1 PTU this morning. Elevator's not working at Tresla, so I logged out again, waiting on the next patch. Yeah, fair enough. The premium glass shards are up today. Are they really? Oh, I'll have to explore them then. Thank you, Deacon. I didn't know that. Shenanigans, welcome. Sybin, welcome. You reckon 4.0 Live Wednesday? You ready for it? So I bought a yo-yo and used it while singing that yo-ho song. How you doing today, Sybin? Thanks for joining us. Yes, the free-to-play Hassie welcome is... I don't know when that's starting, but it's coming soon, isn't it? There is a free-to-play. There is a referral bonus where you get a dragonfly. A few ships available. Hopefully by that point they'll have it out. Yeah, I've heard people using Game Touch. Absolutely. 2 options there. But progress from preview was going to be migrated to PU when all... Yes. So any progress you make in... If you can progress in the preview build, the 4.0 preview. I've stopped playing because I stopped progressing. It was getting a bit detrimental, a bit dangerous. But anything you do in the preview build technically will transpire over or transfer over to 4.0.1 when that goes live. At this time, they have not said that they're planning to do a wipe. So... In fact, they said that there shouldn't be one, so that's good. Hopefully they depreciate... Yes, that's the plan. Well, yeah, for the free fly, sorry. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. You always thought TOBII was too expensive and a novelty, but I went for one, and now I can't game without it. Yeah, it is expensive. It's... Obviously, expense is relative. It's expensive for someone like myself, so I'm glad I've got one, got given one, but... It's worth what it does, but it's a lot of money to put into head tracking. It's the most you will spend on head tracking, because everything else is cheaper, but it does it flawlessly. And it's hopefully just going to keep getting better with them working with CIG. And yeah, like you say, you can't play without it anymore. Boosco, welcome. They should close the 324 and allow more server. I don't know if it works like that. I don't think it works like that. I don't think... shutting one will allocate more resources to the next. They're not focused on 324 at all. They're partially focused on 4.0 preview, just hotfixing where they can. They've just left 324 open for those who want to get through, save Stanton, Phase 1. Probably 99% of their resources are on 4.0.1. Lunar New Year, late January. Yeah, for, what do they call it? Is it Luminalia? What they call it in game, the Banu tradition. Teddy, how you doing? I'm pretty green to the game. Played it a couple of times. What overall features would you like to see in the long run? Well, I'm looking. Do you mean that we don't know is coming, or that we know are coming? Because I mean, technically, I don't know what there is that isn't planned that I would want. But base building definitely being one of them. You know, aside from performance, stability, and all that jazz. But base building, org features so that we can work together better. Flipping heck. Farming, very much looking forward to that one. Better, more in-depth repair, medical stuff, bounty hunting. Oh, I don't. There's too much. There's too much, Teddy. What about you, mate? Do you know what you would look forward to, or because you're new, you're not too sure what's coming? The next free flight has the use my code and get a free ship for you both gimmick again. Yes, it does, and I think it's a dragonfly this time. Ethnification. Greetings. How you doing? Is it true everything is wiped for the release? No. So if you are playing 324.3, none of that will carry over to 4.0.1 when that goes live. If you're playing 4.0 preview, anything you do in that build should carry over to 4.0.1 when that goes live. But yeah, anything in the 3-point build is not coming. Celebrate Lunar New Year 2025 with our Red Festival referral promotion. Does it say anything about the dates? I rushed over the post and I can't recall seeing a date. Brimstone, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Milan, welcome. 07. No dates yet. Okay. Vicious Tyrannex, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If player-owned bases homesteads are a way of maybe something like having an organization-owned station fleet. Yeah, it's going to cater for everything. So players building a home, it'll come down to the permission system. So you can build a house and then give permission to individuals to use it, give permission to org members to use it. Org members of various ranks could use it. Nobody could use it. You know, it's up to you. Eventually, when we have this whole org system and the permission system, you will be able to say who and who can't and so forth with using locations, items, ships, like legally versus just physically. Yeah, it's probably going to be Wednesday, Ralph, as you say, if it's the Chinese New Year thing. It does, Kayatoshi. How you doing? Yeah, 4.0.1. Now that they've tackled that blocker, which I'm so glad they are putting, blocker, critical, high priority on their bugs, on their known issues. Now that the blocker is gone, I feel like they will be targeting a live release this week. They will obviously want to get as many, if not all, of the critical bugs gone as well. But I think just by what they're naming them, even if they don't get the critical ones done, they will still likely launch. So I think it's much more plausible now that we know there are no technical blockers holding it up. Unless it comes back, possible fix. So yeah, things are looking positive for this week. But again, it's always that, what's going to be the problem when we do get it? Are there going to be real bad detrimental bugs that are going to stop us from wanting to play when it goes live and so forth? So I'm hoping they'll just keep it this week, knock out 4 or 5 different patches, hitting those critical bugs while continuing to do whatever they can, and then push it live, and then, all be stable. The Seoid, thank you so much for the follow, and Colt, thank you for the 10-month resub. Beers and patty, please. 077. Here's hoping that 4.0.1 will be more stable than the preview. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 4.0.1 is currently more stable than the preview, right? It's much more playable, much more enjoyable. But yeah, by the time it goes live, will that still be the case? And I certainly hope so and expect so. Scar Theory, welcome. Dry B, welcome. Let me just show you my tablet setup here. Hang on. Oh boy, okay. We're kind of mixing in with TOBII there. So, we've got GAMEGLASS down here. Which is pretty loud. Pretty loud. Very loud. I don't know if I can turn the volume down. But this is just one shard. Fine movements. You know, coarse movements or harsher movements. And then over here, we have... Oops, I shouldn't have pressed that too many times. Urkel, Cornerstone, and all my other things. So if I need to search for something in particular, I can just type it into there. If I find a ship that I'm salvaging, and I need to know what their default components are, I can just do this. Or, even though I don't have my Apple Pencil on me, I have another notes page where I can just scribble down notes. Like if we're finding something while we're salvaging, I can pretty much put it all together, like write it down, like who is in our group, what we found, the price of what it will be for, sold for. I can kind of make notes that way as well. So it's really cool getting this stuff finally set up. The only downside is there is one piece of MONSTERTECH mounting system, which is like a triangular piece that connects to the central mount bracket that will then connect to the base plate for the VKB GNX SEM. And I, for some reason, don't have it. And all I can think is they haven't sent it, because I've checked everywhere and I can't find it. So I'm going to have to contact Crucian again, which I feel sorry for the guy, because I'm always like, ooh, could I just get that piece and this to mount this? I'm such a nightmare. I must be doing his nutting. Brimstone over on Twitch as well. How you doing? Yeah, I don't blame you, Droiby. I think for most people, the best idea right now is wait for 4.0.1 to go live before jumping in again. 4.0 preview is, for me, I haven't played it in a while, but not much has changed. So it's too unplayable, and I don't want to lose all my progress because of it. 4.0.1 obviously is the PTU, so it gets reset every time there's a new patch. So that's just testing. And then 3.2.4 is just for Safe Stanton. So for me, I'm not jumping in playing regularly. I'm just waiting for 4.0.1 to go live, at which point I'll jump in again and hope that it runs real smooth. So I think if people are waiting, just wait. Wait until it goes live. We're not talking long. It's going to be a week, hopefully, this week. Maybe a couple of weeks. We will see. But, yeah. Don't put yourself through it right now. Do we know what ships will be available for use during the free fly? I don't, but they've shown the Nomad. So I'm assuming the Nomad. I would presume, as usual, it'll be things like the Prospector, the Vulture, maybe a Hull A, and a Fighter. Just to kind of give new backers the experience of everything. Kind of. Nathan, how you doing? You just started the game a few days ago. I feel like elevators should be... Yeah, So what they're working on is the transit refactor. So with server meshing, I mean, elevators, trams, they have been a nightmare for CIG ever since they started rolling them out, because they want to physicalize them, they want them to be real. And the system that is running them is old, like the air traffic controller system as well. It's all old, it's all buggy and difficult to maintain. So what they are going to be doing, which they were hoping to release for the 4.0 live release, but they didn't get round to it, is a transit refactor. So they're refactoring the whole system, A, to get it working with server meshing, but also to just so that it's more maintainable. They can implement things better, find bugs better, and so that should start from there on to see a lot more consistency with this stuff. So, yeah. Poetry, how you doing? I would love to see a video of your set. Yes, the plan is to do that, Brim. I want to get everything finished first, like with the mounting of the GNX. So I want to get that sorted first, and then I will do a proper rundown of what I've got, what I'm doing, how I did it, and then, yeah, list that as well on my socials and about page. LGA, how you doing? Right now, I keep feeding my ship loadout new weapons, and they keep disappearing. So it's time to step away. Absolutely. That's why I don't want to play preview, because I've got quite a bit of stuff that I've collected over the course of playing it on various accounts. And all it takes is one of those bugs or a crash or whatever to completely lose it all. Don't get me wrong, I know we're playing an alpha, I know nothing is progression anyway, but, you know, I play in the way that I play and I enjoy it, so I don't want to lose that. If there's a wipe, so be it, but at this time there isn't supposed to be, so yeah, step away for now. Ooh, you're getting it today, Lacal. TOBII! Excellent. Eric, welcome. No, we don't know when the Mystic Fortune is coming, Warblade 07. But it has been leaked, so we know it's on its way. It's in the game. We just don't have access to it yet. Colo, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, thank you, Calpin. Johnny, welcome. Doing fine this Monday, thank you. A bit tired. I did wake up at 6. Thankfully, Rach went in, and I had a bit of an extra, maybe an hour. So I'm not too bad. I have gone fully blown nerd. Absolutely. Absolutely. Starcitizen's slowly getting to that point where all of this is going to be very helpful. Happy Greg, how you doing? Yeah, the preview is a total mess. But you have made some progress in the contested zones, getting 5 of the 7 comp boards to try and win a ship at the exact hangar. Congratulations, Happy. That must have taken some doing, especially when you're fighting against those bugs as well. Quantum Kit 07. You haven't been able to do anything but watch Star Citizen. You keep getting a 30k error since 4.0 preview dropped. I have a ticket but no fix yet. Have you tried the PTU? Because I wonder if the PTU has... I mean, obviously it requires another download, but hopefully when, you know, 4.0.1 does go live, they'll have rectified that issue. Sorry to hear that, Colt. Must be really frustrating, mate. Verpine, how you doing? Thank you, Moose. I would say good but grinding... I can't think of the name of the game. For another 30 minutes, then revision for exams for an hour later, a light workout, shower, food, and exams. That's very organised of you, Colo. Very, dedicated, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get to there. Currently wrestling with ship loadouts. Yeah, they've been a bit of a pain in the backside, haven't they? As a new player, I don't think I've been able to play on US servers one time because hangars and elevators are broken. Typically, I'm able to do stuff on the Australian and EU, but can't do bounties or mercenary. Yeah, I certainly suggest waiting until 4.0.1, which is obviously not cool for a new player to come in for the first time and be like, what's going on? But yeah, 4.0 is just a mess. In English, please, I do not speak any other language. I can speak a little bit of drunken English, but not for a while now. But if you could keep it in English, please, I would appreciate it. Alaskan, how you doing? Welcome, 07. So today the plan is to run through, firstly, the monthly report. There is some really cool stuff in there. I've just finished writing it up. In fact, let's have a look at how many pages that is. That usually tells me how long it's going to be. So this is for November and December. It's 9 pages, not too bad. Should be just under the sort of 20 minutes, 25, or just around 20, 25 minutes. Mufasa, how you doing? 07. So, yeah, we'll run through that, go through the bits, the new bits, and then probably jump in, do more of what we were doing. Not sure what to do in the verse in PTU, but definitely check out Monarchs. I've seen some on... Because apparently there's a fix on the PTU, or a possible... No, a speculative fix for the B-Win issue at Monarchs, but reading the comments, it's not the case. It's still problematic. Erif, good morning. How you doing today? So, let's get started with the monthly report. The good thing about this report in particular is that they do talk mostly about fixing 4.0. Like, there's a lot of work going on, but the majority of what they're doing is fixing 4.0. Are my commands on YouTube working, Sandman? Is it just things like the /me that need to be removed? Are they actually working in as, you know, you would hope? Gillian Rockenbach, how you doing? This game is pretty awesome, though. I'm still having fun. Just annoying to do a big haul mission and then get stuck in the way. Yeah, absolutely. And it just... what it can do is insanely impressive, but it isn't without its problems, of course. Let's just roll that back. The reference link breaks every time. Which is the reference link? That one. What's that supposed to take you to? Oh, is that to take you to the Star Citizen website, is it? That just looked like a preview of a game, so I wasn't sure. I haven't seen Squadron before. Yeah, so it's basically two games. They're building Squadron, which is this sort of star-studded, cinematically driven, narratively driven, solo, like single-player campaign. Set in the Star Citizen universe, where you are fighting the Vanduul, which is like an alien race. And then you have Star Citizen, the Persistent Universe, which is just this big MMO where everyone can be together. Oh, there are many, many bugs. Absolutely. It's heavily work in progress. Although saying that, they are, they're just polishing off the final pieces of core tech, or the foundation, which will make it, which will just mean then building the actual game. So hopefully, once 4.0.1 goes live and they've sort of dealt with any teething issues of static server meshing, dynamic meshing, then it can start to just grow steadily with a lot more solid performance. That Discord link is the old one. Ah, okay, yeah, all right. So hang on, let me make a note of this. In fact, I'll just run through them and test them. Problem is, I can't test it unless I'm live. With Twitch, you can test it straight away on Twitch chat, but on YouTube, it says you have to go live before you can even test this stuff, which is a bit daft. Owl Cluster, how you doing? Welcome. Did they really fix the hauling contracts on the PTU? I don't know. No idea, mate. Has anyone tested the hauling contracts? Comrade Bambi, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, but I wouldn't class Arena Commander as a separate game. Personally, that's more of like a game within a game rather than a individual game. You can't jump into the Simpod and play Squadron. But there will be 3 chapters of Squadron 42. Yeah. You are more than welcome, comrade. What did you go for, mate? Which VKB things did you pick up? Yo, Arif. So far it's coming along well. It's obviously, we don't know if it is coming this week or not, but they've got the last remaining blocker on their list of known issues. Now, that's not to say the next patch they release today will have a blocker or a couple of blockers, But yeah, the last blocker that was on that patch has been got, apparently. So, fingers crossed. No, I haven't tried, Rex. You got the Ares CL ship as your first ship. The Ares... Do you mean the Zeus CL? Yeah, it must be the Zeus. It's a pretty cool ship. I really like the Zeus, and it's actually up there with, in terms of visuals. It's one of the most recent ships as well, so it's a good choice. As a brand new player, the game is mad awesome. So when things are actually working smooth, right now, we're in a bit of a bad state with the alpha, because the preview build, which is what you're playing, is very buggy, very problematic, difficult to navigate through, even more so for a new player. The PTU, you're not really going to be paying much attention to, because it's just for testing. There's no reason why a new player would even want to venture into it, really. So when they make it right, which is what they're working on now, I hope you get to experience exactly what Star Citizen can produce. Because if you haven't already, because it is mind-blowing when it works. But it is few and far between based on patches and problems. Dual Gladiators. Ooh, very nice. Very exciting. When are you getting them then? Do you have any idea? Hauling contracts are still semi-broken in 4.0.1. Some work, some don't. Okay, thank you. Do we think the Vanduul storyline will be wrapped up in the first part? No, it'll span all three. I think Chapter 1 is the introduction of the Vanduul and that epic battle, and then you training and having little skirmishes with the Vanduul, and then like Chapter 2, is the bigger fight. Chapter 3 is maybe taking it to the Vanduul systems and pushing back. I think Chapter 1, it sort of starts off as, you're just in the Navy on the Stanton with the Idris, looking into this OMC threat around the Shuban mining station, and you're dealing with that. But you've had a taste of what the Vanduul are, so you're probably going into the Stanton with other Navy people who have no idea what the Vanduul are like because they've never fought them before. They've never seen them, maybe. So it's kind of, you're working your way through that process of being a starman, and then maybe you're introduced to the Vanduul in some way. I think it's going to be like a slow roll. You're waiting to upgrade your Zeus to the interdiction version. Is that the MR one? The bounty hunting one? That's the one I'm looking forward to, actually, because when Bounty Hunting version 2 comes along and we have proper bounty hunting, the Zeus is probably going to be one that I'm going to take with like a bit of a dog bounty hunter crew. You've had them since the beginning of the month. Oh, okay. Tried a few binding setups. Really need to just create... Yes. Yeah. There's a few people out there. I think Subliminal, Buzzkiller, they do their own sort of binding options. But ultimately, I don't think I've used anything similar to theirs, and I've done my own. So spend time, especially in Arena Commander, and just work through it. Yeah, mostly fighting pirates like the OMC and just running basic skirmishes and things. And then I think it sort of ramps up from there. You were kind of hoping it would be all three, so it could be sufficiently fleshed out. What do you mean, all three? As in... Oh yeah, it'll span all three with the Vanduul, but it won't be wrapped up in the first one. And they haven't even begun making Chapter 2, I wouldn't think. They'll have the story down, I suspect, but yeah, beyond that. Buy NVIDIA stock, it's down 12%. Oh, I don't know about that. It might keep dropping for a while. Hot Ram, you play Star Citizen with Trissy. So, hands on stick. Rudder and mouse? Yeah. Chapter 2 is titled Behind Enemy Lines. Yeah, so they're obviously sort of progressing through it. Yo, Shield. Yeah, I had a great weekend. Thank you, mate. How are you? How was your weekend? A lot of you, very off Star Citizen this. As a lot of you know, or most of you know, I love camping. And I've been contemplating doing like a YouTube camping channel. Nothing that's out, this is like my work, this is what I do, but the YouTube for camping would just be like the occasional trip out whenever it happens, or reviewing gear and recipes and things. And I've been sort of toying with the idea for a while. I tested it with my phone, the audio was crap, it just didn't work, so I was like, well, I'll need to get a camera. I've been looking at things to sell on to kind of work towards that. And Rach remembered that she bought a while back this, I think it's the Osmo Pocket camera. The first one. I think there's 3 now. She got the Osmo 1, which is this little thing. And she said that she hasn't used it. She didn't need it anymore. So I'm like, you know what then? Let me do this. It's like really cool. So, like that. So I'm like, all right, well, that might work. I don't think it's going to be great for, like, sound and whatnot, but... So I might start a separate channel. Again, it's not going to be taking up much time. It's going to be on a night time when I get back from camping and so forth. But I'll put out the channel link, so if anybody does want to watch me camping, you can do so. But I very much doubt the majority of people would be interested. So hands on stick, rudder, and mouse. We got it, Sandman. We got it. That's cool. So you can roll the ship with the rudder. Yeah, moving into Vanduul space. Stealthy hits. stealthy hit and runs, ambushes. A camping channel would be awesome. You would subscribe. Thank you, Cold. You could go to awesome camping locations. I mean, that would be cool. But to start with, it would mostly likely be the occasional campsite, but there's like a wooded area on a farm where the owner of the farm has said if I want to, go hot tenting and whatnot, I'm more than welcome to. So, should be good. You are cutting up bits of wood right now, trying to make convenient holders for your MONSTERTECH joystick mounts. You're looking dubious. I can imagine. But I bet when they're made, though, as dubious as you are looking, what you make will look salubrious. Midgards, how you doing? Yes, I am. A 10900K and a 3080. And to be honest, 4.0 preview, where the performance is mostly up. The PTU is, there's other things involved with the PTU that can cause performance problems. But for the PU, for the preview build, it is quite heavily optimized in terms of performance for client performance. And my PC does really good. You would watch Arif. Thank you, my friend. Have you ever watched the Cruising the Cut show? No, I haven't. Is that narrow boats? Like canal boats? You've only just upgraded from it, have you, Trissy? What are you upgrading to? Talking of upgrading and, this whole PC building thing. So far, I've not done much in way of, research, but it is looking like the 9950 X3D is a good way to go for what I need, which is obviously gaming performance and editing, filming, streaming, all that kind of jazz at 4K if possible, 60 FPS. So as it stands right now, I'm still looking at the 9950 as my go-to new upgrade, which I believe is supposed to release in March. So that will give us a good amount of time to get a funding goal going and work towards it. I don't know what the rest of the components are yet, but yeah, with the 4090 from Tengu, that 9950, and then this can become my stream machine. We should be going, as we will go through the monthly report, you'll hear about some of the work they've been doing, but hopefully by the time that comes around, things like global illumination and ray tracing and all these performance updates and the graphics like Vulkan multi-threading and so forth will be rolling out as well, and it will be like, boosh, perfect. Paint anything black and it looks cool. It does. It really does. It's always my go-to color is black. It's like anything clothing especially, it's just, you can't go wrong. Jacob, welcome. What's your thoughts on CIG trademarking the name Soul Singer? People saying it could be a new game. I have no idea. It could be a new game. It could be a game within the game of Star Citizen. With stuff like that, I don't like to speculate too far because we have zero idea. And all it could do is just create, you see people already complaining about CIG making another game called Soul. It's like, wait a minute, just slow the F down. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. And until we find out, I wouldn't even want to harness a guess because it'll be probably wrong. Iceman, how you doing? Welcome, Jacob. Welcome. What do you think we will see in terms of major features in 4.1? There is a potential that we will see engineering in 4.1. I'm hoping we'll see it before 4.1, like a 0.2, 0.3. But with these issues of, 4.0.1 and the preview build, it feels like they may need a good chunk of time just to iron all those out. Hopefully they don't and they can get it done quicker. But I think potentially engineering... oh man, I honestly can't pluck ideas. So maybe Starware, maybe some weather would be kind of cool. More creatures, hopefully a lot more missions being implemented to the dynamic mission system, so actually functioning properly, and opening up a lot more opportunities there. What else have we got? Give me some ideas, guys, and I'll let you know whether no, not base building. I don't think we're going to see the starting points of base building until towards the latter half of the year. 12 to 18 months is generally what they said, which encompasses everything we saw at CitizenCon barring 1.0, is when they aim to release things. So I think base building is more likely going to be, at best, Q3, but more likely Q4, if not into next year. Starting likely with the grav trolley thing. But yeah, we'll definitely see it being created throughout this the time period. Rhino, how you doing? Welcome. Booski, you reckon 2027? I don't think we will see base building that way off. They're aiming to release it within the next 12 to 18. But in what state, right? Is that tier 1, tier 0, tier 2? Are they even doing that anymore? Is it going to be, what can we build? It won't be like, here's base building, let's build everything we could possibly want, like we saw at CitizenCon. It's going to be more, here's a homestead, you can build this, you can build that, but not this, and continue to increase as that goes on. No, base building is coming way before 1.0. Base building is something they're working on actively now and will roll out within the next 12 to 18. 1.0 is more 3 to 5 years, I would say. Oh, the 9800 X3D for 450. That is not bad, my friend. Even just getting hold of it is pretty good. Ramcat, how you doing? Welcome. Carseal, welcome. Did I just hear CIG is making no, they're not making another game. It's just speculation based on them putting out another copyright name for something called Soul Singer. It could be anything. It could be anything at all. It's most likely a piece of tech. The reason I ask about what Narrowboat Show is because if you could follow that format for a camping show, you would have a winner. Oh, okay. What was it called again? Tell me the name of it again, and at the end of the day, I don't know yet how I want to do my whole camping videos. It might be talking, it might be not talking. It depends on if I'm going with my cousins, because if I go with my cousins and brother, then 90% of our conversations is probably not internet worthy. Well, from them anyway. It's like, oh, you can't say that these days. So there probably won't be any audio when I'm going camping with them. In terms of voice, but yeah, it's I've got I'll just mess with it, see how it goes, fine tune it from video to video. Noyers, welcome. Selling out RMC directly to players offering contracts to building up the whole contracts, player to player interactions. That's going to be a very important part of it all. Absolutely. You're so tempted to melt your Polaris for a new ship coming, but I bought it when it was 700-ish. Specifically with base building coming, gonna need the moolah. Well, yeah, I would say wait and see what there is before you melt it, just in case nothing comes up, Hey Siri, remind me about cruising the cut in 20 minutes. I don't think I needed to put such a short timer on that. Okay. Playing Star Citizen while camping. It's probably possible these days, but I can't figure that out. They already showed a working version at SitCon of base building. It was a very basic version of it when we first get it, but it's not far off at all. Yeah, 100%. Base building isn't far off. It is likely an end of year, this year thing. We could see it earlier, but if not this year, it'll be next. I have the feeling it's the same. Welcome, Glassword. It's the same name for their dynamic server meshing service suite. It could be. That's the thing. It's most likely something. It could be Squadron Chapter 2. I think the problem is there are a few people, around who like to make drama purposefully for trying to bring down Star Citizen, and you'll see them, suddenly targeting a channel, targeting videos, targeting streams, and. Just ignore the stupidity. Have you heard of a game called Kanga? No, I haven't. Is that how you say it? It's very much like Star... Oh, maybe I have. I think that's just started the works, hasn't it? Dersid, welcome. Mark Diaz, welcome. Sorry, yeah, I forgot about that. I'll be channeling everyone else's series. Maverick, thank you for the follow, by the way. How will land claims work? So... Do you mean the previously sold ones, or in terms of new ways and methods? The new stuff will be using that grav car, and if you are in, governed land, you will push that out and then go into your top-down view, and it will show you an area in, like, I don't know, a square, and then you will expand it, and the price will increase. You can maybe scan the area, and it'll tell you what resources there are, which will partly determine the price. And then you can claim it and pay to own that piece of land. If you are in, non-governmental land, you can just build anyway. You don't have to go through claiming the land. But at the same time, you don't own it. Now, with the actual land claims, if you have a land claim, like I have a 4x4 land claim, I will be able to use that, and when I claim land, the first bit, or the first, whatever it is, I don't know if it's like within a certain size. Obviously, it will be within the 4x4 kilometers. But I'll have a free land claim, basically, where I don't pay taxes. Is that right? No, you still pay taxes, but you don't have to pay for the actual claim itself. So I get a free bit of 4x4 kilometer land. And then anything else on top of that I want to buy, I'll have to pay for. So they're still honouring the 4x4, the 8x8, but they're probably not selling it in that method anymore. It'll be more, as you use your grav car and scale the size of land you want up and down, the price of that land will go up and down as well. Yeah, a lot of what we saw was Greybox at CitizenCon, so it's pretty well on. There's just like the finer bits, the downstream teams as well that need to do stuff, art and whatnot. The Argo car. And in October for base boards. The Argo car? Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got the grav car. That won't be too far behind. That won't be, that'll probably be somewhat complete already. The CVS, or the CSV FM, the fabrication model, that is them bringing out another quicker way of building at a medium size. So you've got the grav cart for small, the car, the Argo ground vehicle for medium, and then you will have the Pioneer for extra large, which is probably going to be more next year. I mean, it should come out this year, or maybe early next. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, exactly, Cassil. Do we think we will get some of the mining and manufacturing structures when base... I hope so. I hope it's not... I mean, at the end of the day, I don't mind if it's just HABs, but I think they're working on as much of a library of options, so that when base building does roll out for the first time, there is a good choice. There definitely will be more to come, but yeah, I don't know what will be included, what won't be included. That'll just be whatever's ready at the time of it being rolled out, I guess. Thank you, Sandman. There is the panel for the base building stuff. There is another Star Citizen-like game, if you will. It's called... Oh, is it Verse Project I'm thinking of? Looks a bit better than Karga. Thing is, though, to do what Star Citizen are doing, much to a lot of people's disbelief, it takes time. A lot of time. And these games coming out saying, coming up that are supposed to be competitors. Whatever. We all know Starfield was supposed to be a Star Citizen killer. That's all I'm saying. Even for the normally well-groomed man, you are looking exceptionally sharp. Am I really? I actually was gonna shave, not completely, obviously, but tidy myself up before the stream, but I couldn't be bothered. But thank you, Johnny. Family's doing great, thank you. Yeah, Summer has a lot of attitude, the inability to say please and thank you most of the time, and very demanding. So we're teaching her about being polite, how she cannot control other people. And if you ask politely, then there's more chance of people doing what you want, but it starts with please and thank you. And it ends with please and thank you. She's so funny. She's just like, we're downstairs, music comes on, she's like, dance, you, dance. I'm like, no thank you. Not that we don't dance, just, oh my lord, I don't want to dance right now, thank you. Holigan, welcome. Dustin, welcome. You've been watching me since I started doing reviews on players' ships for space engineers. I don't think you're thinking of the right person. You showed me the Star Citizen gameplay for the first time. Glad you saw it. Honestly, Dustin, I have never played... Well, I have. I started doing the tutorial of space engineers. I don't know who you're thinking of. Are you thinking of Obsidian Ant? That must be who you're thinking of. I mean, I've been making starcitizen content since 2014, so I am still around, which I'm thankful for. But yeah, you must be thinking of Obsidian Ant. It's Obsidian Ant, the Space Engineers guy. I don't know, Holigan. I haven't tried this latest patch. Does anybody feel like the latest patch could be a release candidate? I'm not expecting so. I think there's still a few things they want to fix. But we've got, you know, there'll be a patch tonight. There'll likely be a patch. Literally, since they got back to the offices, they have been patching day after day. Every day there's been a patch. Barring the weekend, there's been patches. Oh, is it Elite Dangerous he's known for? Who could you be thinking of, Dustin? It's definitely not me, though. Dance streamer. It's like, I don't want to dance. Yeah, most people forget the R&D part. Yeah, oh, this tech doesn't exist. But, you know, they've got 750 million, so it should exist. It's like, it doesn't really work like that. When do we expect CIG to do the teaser video with these ship silhouettes so we can start speculating? The teaser video? Those ships and vehicles will roll out throughout this year. You know, some, like the Fortune, the Hornets, they will come out maybe with 4.0.1 live. We'll see some coming out with 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and then others later down the line, like the Pioneer, the Ironclad, I suspect. Because the majority of those are in either white box or grey box. If it's white box, it's going to be a lot longer. Grey box, pretty quickish. But again, it depends on, like, let's say, for example, the Argo CVSFM, or whatever it's called. If that was in white box now, that would come out quicker than if the Ironclad or Pioneer was in grey box, because there's still so much more work to do on a bigger ship. So there's no way of knowing until they tell us what is in grey box, what is in white box. But yeah, all those vehicles will roll out throughout this year. So some will be for the IAE, some will be for Invictus, some will be for maybe Luminalia, the Heartseeker, which is, I suppose, leaked. The updated F7A Heartseeker will be most likely for Valentine's Day. All Brits look the same. Jeremy, how you doing? Pav, how you doing? Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things. I thought you did Space Engineers stuff back in the day. No, as I say, I downloaded it once, played a bit of the tutorial, and then never played it since. Not that it's a bad game or anything, I just didn't have the want to put effort in. But yeah, that's my experience with Space Engineers. I definitely haven't done videos on it. I'm probably not as successful as that person. She's a little git phrase that, yes, exactly. I am sure you are a great dad, and I don't know how you do it. I can barely look after myself. Well, it's teamwork. It's a lot of teamwork. Yeah, it's tough. But, you know, at the end of the day, she doesn't know. Summer doesn't know how to be polite. We're still teaching that to her. So, I mean, she does know, which is probably why it gets annoying when she's demanding. But, yeah, we're still teaching her. There's nothing she can help. Bless her. It makes me laugh about the haters always freaking out about it still being an alpha 12 years. Yeah, I know. That's why I've stopped caring. You know, like, when I read comments, it's like, you don't have a clue. You don't have a... Nobody seems to have... You have a bit of an idea. You don't have a clue. It's just the way it is. Understandable, really, because it's such a big project and there's so many moving parts. And if people are dipping in and out rather than, you know, like I am, following it word for word since 2012... people aren't going to have that idea of what's going on, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion. It's not that I'm right or they're wrong or whatever. It's just the way it is. But, yeah, it'll get there. I just wait until it gets there, and then, you know, they'll start playing it. Have I been playing any other games that I would recommend? No, I haven't. I play a bit of Gran Turismo 7 and FIFA, but other than that, I haven't played anything else. I don't generally play anything else, to be fair. People also love to forget that money isn't solely funding the game. I assume it is also... Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to it. Who in marketing thought calling an industrial ship Misfortune. Yeah, that's. Do you know what? I've actually not thought about that until you've mentioned it. The misfortune. I'm sure that's been something going around for a while, and I've just completely missed that. But that's pretty funny, actually. BS Knees, welcome. Sandworm, we should see coming soonish. That's heavily in the works. More creatures. A lot of AI stuff. When we get to we will get to the monthly report, I promise. AI is like the chunkiest of chunkiness for the report. That's the majority of what this report's about. Honcho, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, my friend. Beers and party, please. In fact, let me boosh. There we go. Thank you so much. The best and most funny part of the Scam Citizen people in game is... I know, yeah, they're in global chat. All these people calling it. It's like, dude, literally, get a hobby, for crying out loud. Get a hobby. Do something productive with your time. People are their own worst enemies. If they didn't spend so much time complaining and whining about something that they have no control over, they would probably be doing something they enjoy. They wouldn't. They'd find something else to complain about. Well, thank you so much, Dustin. I appreciate your dedication, my friend. Dedication to the cause. There were games and projects that took 18 years to make, but because Star Citizen is open publicity, yeah, exactly. People are watching it from day to day, and it drags. It feels like it drags. It's like when, you know, there was, I think, 2 years between them announcing Grand Theft Auto 5 and it going live. Not announcing it, but maybe showing a trailer, maybe a year. And for me, that year dragged with no information at all to be seen. It was painful. Is it the first time you've heard it, Mike? Yeah, I don't know why I haven't heard the misfortune before. It must have been intentional, yeah. The Heartseeker has 5,178 DPS to be precise, while the F8 Mil-Spec Heavy has 4,593 with all ADOS, and is the F8, not the C, F8A, sorry, not the C. I don't know what is going on with that. It's, yeah, they need to address all this stuff. But again, it's like stats and specs should eventually mean nothing, which would be good. You're curious about these people from a philosophical perspective. Me too. It's quite interesting how people would sooner choose to waste their time complaining about things they don't like and playing things they don't like. Or talking to people about what they don't like, rather than actually focusing on what they do like. Like, honestly, if you haven't tried it, you should do it. If you find yourself just complaining, and you might do this, you know, you get home after work to your wife or your partner or whatever, just get in and start complaining about stuff. And it feels good. It feels good to complain. But it's not. Try talking about what you do like. I remember saying that to my dad once. Flipping heck, he was complaining. And it's like after a few hours of it, I was like, Dad, what do you like? Stop complaining about every single thing that you don't like. Tell me what you do like, because that's what I want to know about. And he soon shut up after that. Gene, how you doing? Welcome. Question, Winter. If you, for example, are using this Use CL and take on a 96 SU, it won't fit. Are you supposed to split into small? No, I think you're supposed to take what you can, come back for the rest. So yeah, you can do it in multi-stages. You don't have to do it all in one go. Welcome, by the way, Winter. How you doing, mate? Alex, welcome. Well, ballistics, I don't think anything is... There's maybe still a couple of ships that are the best, you know, and some that are very much out of whack. But when it comes to DPS and all this sort of... Although DPS, I'm sure, will have an impact. When it goes to physicalized damage, it'll be more about where you're hitting rather than what you're using, like your ability to hit things properly. Steve 3D Boy, how you doing? I'm well, thank you. How are you? Ivan, your answer to the wine is in global chat, and yet well, exactly. It's like, that's why, like, they don't bother me. I just feel literally sad for them. Well, not like I don't go home and cry, but you know what I mean. Can I stop complaining about people complaining? No, yeah, that's true. You've caught me out there. Yeah, specs mean nothing. Just at the end of the day, like, for example, we were playing the other day, weren't we? And we had APOC in, what were you in, a Hornet? And then we had Reggae in a Gladius, and they both blew up. And then suddenly there was a Firebird. And apparently there's a bug that's been fixed. You know, there's, like, countermeasures don't seem to work very well. There's a bug where shields don't really work. So, at the end of the day, it's all irrelevant right now. Which is a shame, because it would be good to get in and test this sort of stuff and you know, find out what works well and learn tactics and whatnot. But while it's so much in flux, it's a waste of time. Yo, Buck and Peter, how you doing? Hopefully it'll drop for the free fly. I don't know what the CL's capacity is. It might be 128. I'm not sure. You will have a bespoke weapon you can switch out, and it may be crap for several builds. Yeah, absolutely. And then everyone goes to the new weapons that work well, like the NDBs. It used to be the attritions, now it's the NDBs. It used to be the arrow. Now it's probably the Firebird or the F8, and you know, it just always fluctuates. It's a full-time job keeping up with all of the difference in changes, and then the next patch will come along, it'll all be changed. I'm just going to wait until they're at the point where it's like, right, we're pretty much good here. And then I'll focus on it. Widjim, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yo, Jeremy, people getting denied their dopamine lose their heads with this game, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, I feel the annoyance just as much, but I step away and I go do something else. I come back when it's fixed. Ubu, welcome. Special Sex, welcome. How you both doing? Vigorous, welcome. You took a hauling job at 92 SEU in your MSR. I thought it would be plenty of room, but because of the size of the containers, I couldn't fit it all in one run. No bother, I just did it in two. Yeah, it's, you know, there's ways and means around doing it. Just takes a bit longer. After that, I got stuck in an elevator and died. But that's a different issue. Yeah. It's like, oh no, it's going quite well, except for the elevator killing me and everything else. Yeah, 128 for the CL. Thank you, Deacon Ralph. If something doesn't work in starcitizen, then laugh it off and just look at it as a feature. The game is more enjoyable that way. Yeah, this, you know, and this is a thing that changes from time to time. There's certain things you could do in game that work really well, and then by the next patch, they don't work, and what you couldn't do before now works quite well. I know it's frustrating, you know, and I know it's been 12 years or whatever, which is a moot argument, really. It's not that black and white, but I get it. But at the end of the day, you just got to step away, come back, go do something else, have a hobby, spend time with the family. Plenty to get on with. You just upgraded your Star Lancer to the Ironclad, but I don't like the Caterpillar that much, so I started a Zero to Hero with an Argo Tractor, taking small cargo from planet. I bet that's really nice, going from planet to orbit. Like, I remember when I did my hardcore Zero to Hero, and I didn't have a quantum drive, but I could still go from Lorville up to Everest Harbour in my cutter. And, cruising the cut. Okay, it's just reminded me. I was like, what's that mean? And it was so nice flying up and down and actually seeing the planet as I go up and down. Have you flown, welcome Dead, the Mirai Guardian? I can't decide if I like it. Good stats on paper, but in practice it seems weak. So, yeah, I've flown it. I haven't tried it much, but what it says on paper is where it will land in the grand scheme of things versus all the other ships, right? That's its intended role. To get to that point, everything else needs to be in place, like Maelstrom, engineering, all the balance and so forth, the flight model. When you read about what a ship is supposed to do, and it doesn't reflect it in game, which is probably every ship, that's not to say that, you know, they've falsely advertised to you. It's a when it all is said and done, that's where it's gonna lie. That's where it's gonna sit. But yeah, I haven't flown it much. Yeah, a black screen was telling me I had work to do. Exactly. It's like, you know what? I feel like I should be doing something else right now. Yo, Stranger Scout, welcome. Yeah, I'd love to do more Zero to Hero. Eventually, when 4.0 goes live, if it is stable, consistent, not as buggy as 4.0 preview, then I'll certainly get back on to doing more of that. 10 years to define the project, change the definition a few times, build a company, etc. It's not crazy relative to the scale of Star Citizen, then another decade to build the thing. It's reasonable. Well, in all honesty, when you look at games these days and how long they take to be built with an already established engine, company, tools, techniques, and they take 12 years. Yeah, 20 years really isn't a great amount of time for a game like Star Citizen. Hopefully it doesn't need to take that long and it can take about 15, but in all honesty, they've, it's pretty impressive what they have actually achieved when you really honestly look at it and not just allow your emotions to take control of your vision. I could be wrong, but I've heard the Misfortune can't frack. It only scrapes. Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I would think it would be able to do both, but I don't know. Thank you, stranger. Appreciate that, mate. 12 years to build an idea into a universe ain't bad. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they started with 12 people and the CryEngine. And even if a massive studio like Rockstar or Bethesda started on a Star Citizen clone today, it would take hundreds of millions of dollars and at least 7 to 10 years. Yeah, it would. It really would. Yeah, and that's the thing. Nobody would go for it because they want quick returns on their investments. Yeah, I'm going to call it the Misfortune from now on as well. I like that. Can't believe I never saw it. It just got a PTU. The Guardian apparently got a maneuverability boost in the PTU just now, so that's good. But again, I don't know what it's supposed to feel like until everything is in place. Because it's not just balancing one ship, you're balancing every ship against each other. And it's all got to make sense. There can't be one ship to rule them all. There needs to be trade-offs, and that's going to take some time to tune out. Orbit, welcome. I keep hearing 4.0.1 should hit live in a few days. It's very much potentially true. We don't know if it's true or false. Even CIG probably don't know Orbit. But they've got the last blocker, which is generally a bug that will hold it up from going live. So that is now gone. There are 8 criticals at the time of the last patch on Friday. So hopefully by the time a new patch comes today, there are less criticals. No more blockers still. Of course, new blockers can come in. And then, yeah, we could be seeing a live release this week. But again, it's not a given. It's not a guarantee. It's just a... it's looking very, very plausible. Don't get me wrong, I love the game and the community, and I understand things will change, but the Heartseeker is such a huge increase in... It's probably just out of balance. It could be there, we're selling it, so let's increase it if they do that. I don't know. But yeah, it'll probably just get tuned and balanced. To give new players these 3 important rules. Number 1, don't hold any value to any item you buy in-game. Absolutely. Number 2, don't hold any value to any loot you gain in-game. True. Number 3, C1 and 2. And also, know that any progress you do make, which is obviously what you're saying here, is going to get wiped. It'll be gone. But yes, absolutely. And we don't talk about Fight Club. Did you see the new MISC ship for comms? It's called the Miscommunication. Oh man, you start a whole stream of things here. Until they have armor and engineering in the game, ship balancing is just a temporary effort. Yeah, absolutely. And a very good point about engineering there as well. That's going to be a huge part of it all. Cora, what did you link me there, mate? Mayor, welcome. What would be the point of a balance now if metrics... Yeah, so as they've sort of stated, they're balancing for what we have now to try and keep it as close to somewhat balanced as possible while developing for the future where it's going to. And that is definitely a difficult thing to do. And it isn't going to work properly now. There's going to be some that are left... there's 100 odd ships. 200 odd ships, in fact. So there's a lot to deal with. You reckon Star Citizen 1.0 release 2028? I think that's quite a reasonable expectation, to be fair. Old Canadian gamer, how you doing? Another week of fun, absolutely. Hope you have a great weekend. I did, thank you. Did you? I hope they release a 4.0.1 patch to live very soon. Yeah, me too, mate. Me too. How's work going? How's life? All good, I hope. How's Canada? The main... Oh, you're talking to GP then. Sorry, JP, not GP. Talking to your GP. I play to have fun. I stay with Ryan. If the game is bad that day, I just go do another thing. Absolutely. Building space games are approaching the complexity of building real spaceships, but CIG doesn't have 10,000 employees, and game dev pay is not great, so maybe it's harder that way. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they are doing a lot to reinvest into the industry by helping, like, with programs to help train and apprenticeship programs as well, because they know if they invest in that now and then let them go and they go and do their thing, they'll come back or maybe come back and be bigger. MISC Info Data Runner. What would that be called? The miscommunication, is that what we're saying? Dirtbag, how's it going? All good here, sir. Yeah, by the end of this decade. Yeah. That's crazy to think. Tiberius, wanted to say congrats on the number of your live followers. Seems to be continuing to go up all the time. Oh, thank you so much. What am I up to? Oh, we're nearly at 20,000, in fact. What is that? 59 more followers on Twitch, and we're at 20,000. Pretty crazy. And we're also approaching the 70,000 mark on YouTube. What are we at? Something like 69,000. 200 and something, 300 and something? I can't remember. What happened, Colo? You sent a YouTube link to the Tees leak. Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it. Thank you, mate. The engine behind StarCitizen could have operated every US space shuttle simultaneously without breaking a sweat. But hopefully there are no elevators involved in that whole scenario. Otherwise, that would be the end of the space program. 69.3. Thank you, Canadian Gamer. Yeah, we're getting close. 69. We've been there for a while, though, Sam. We've celebrated that. Oh, boy. We mighty land a human on... Okay, that's an aircraft. My neighbour said that they're doing a lot of DIY between 9 and 10, or 9 and a half, 10 today. And I still crapped myself when he started drilling. It was like, what is that? It was like a slow drill that ramped up. And I thought something was breaking around the house. And it was like, oh yeah, he's drilling. Special Circs, thank you so much for the beers and party, my friend. 22-month resub. Get it out there. Thank you so much, sir. Talking about your followers, how on earth do you follow so many threads live? Is there a special school? What do you mean threads? Do you mean Twitch and YouTube Academy? By the end of it, I can't talk. I'm only kidding. It's not too bad, actually. They do. The Vanduul have come a long way. Yeah, since going to both YouTube and Twitch, it's been much harder keeping up with chats, especially when I'm playing. When I'm just chatting, it's not too bad. Oh, a message of the day. Thank you, Deacon. So, we are currently targeting a new PTU 4.0.1 release later today with a handful of fixes. Nothing about live candidate yet. I don't think we'll hear anything about that until later down the line. Maybe by Wednesday. If they're aiming to get it out for this... What was relevant about Wednesday again? Oh, Chinese New Year. No, I don't think they'd do it for the Chinese New Year with the Red Letter Festival. I wouldn't say that warrants it. Valentine's Day, Coromore maybe. Although Luminal, yeah, maybe. Yo, Beer Can, how you doing? You have mentioned you go back and forth between them. You can get them on. Yes, I actually, as part of that Stream Elements stuff, I did have a pop-out that I was able to put on my OBS, because I now have Stream Elements on OBS. And I had the chat, adopt chat. Let me just pull that out. Let me see if it works. Oh, it does work. Hang on. The problem was, it was stream chat. Now, is that doing all of it? I think that might just be Twitch. Yeah, that's just Twitch. Let me get rid of that one. For some reason, it's not showing me the YouTube dock option, and I don't know why. I'm still getting to grips with this new OBS setup with stream elements. Multi-chat. Let's try that. Oh. The problem is, and this is why I got rid of it, multi-chat, the multi-platform chat is read-only. Which isn't bad. Maybe I should keep using that and then chat. But that would mean I'll have 3 chats. So I've got Twitch up so I can comment and respond. I've got YouTube up so I can respond. Like, literally type in chat. And now I've got this third one. Let me show you. So we have... That's Twitch. That's YouTube. And that's that multi one. But I can't type on it. So it feels a bit pointless. Maybe. I don't know. I've got to figure this stuff out. I'm still learning. I'm getting there. Just keeping the conversations going. Yeah, it could be tough, but you know, at the end of the day, the conversations are what I want to have. So for me, it's great. If I'm playing, it's much harder. Crazy 88, how you doing? Welcome. Have you noticed when rock mining, it'll grab all the gems at once? If you cut the beam, it'll switch to extract before the rocks crack. No, I haven't done it in a while, actually. Definitely not perfect yet, though. Bandit, welcome. Good morning. Gaslight Cargo Elevator stole 4 SEU of Hadanite from me a few days ago. No, it didn't. Hello. It didn't do that. What are you talking about? They'll never admit it. Brody, how you doing? I'm doing fantastic, thank you, mate. How are you? Wondering at what point in the year you think we'll get the features they cut from 4.0. So I'm really hoping that it's going to be like a 4.0.2 or a 4.0.3. But it could be 4.1. Or even 4.2, but I doubt it's going to be 4.2. I think that the likeliest is like a 4.0.3. I think 4.0.1, go live. 4.0.2, fix anything from when it went live. 4.0.3, get engineering out. Maybe the transit refactor. And then maybe 4.1 from there, maybe another point patch. But it could all equally be, you know, 4.0.2 and 0.3... are just fixing and optimizing and whatnot any of the server meshing issues, and then 4.1 engineering. But again, we don't know until they tell us, because I don't know how much of the work on engineering and the transit refactor and the charge. I mean, charge and drain is probably something we'll see come quite soon, but you know, the engineering is a big system. The transit refactor is a big system. They did a lot of work on it, but there's probably so much more to go. And I think the majority of those teams are focused on just bug fixing the issues with 4.0. So I don't think they're truly getting on with it yet. Oh, thank you, Brim. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, man. Yeah. Do you know, when Jared was on StarCitizen Live and he was saying, actually, it's called gas lamping, not gaslighting, I'm assuming he's being ironic. And he's purposely saying that as a joke. I mean, that's... because it's taken from that film, right? It's taken from a film called Gaslight. It's not called gas lamping, but he was saying it's called gas lamping, which I believe he was being ironic about that. I don't know. Spent the past 2 weeks grinding for a hull C, but I'm scared it won't be functional. APOC, is the hull C functioning? I'm assuming it's probably not. Iceman, welcome. It's going to be more fixes since the fix the 10 bugs and make 30 bugs more. Just 30. For flashlighting, I'm not even getting involved in that one. Bit of OBS. Yeah, I've got a bit of OBS troubling me. I can DM you the chat program I've been using for... Yeah, by all means do, Ubu. Thank you, mate. And Rhino, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Beers and party, please. Now I'm getting really confused with the 3 chats. The Hull C is functioning well at emptying APOC's wallet. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. Hull C has so many issues listed on the issue council, does it? Oh, maybe we shouldn't get APOC started on it. No, I don't believe the starcitizen Live is back this week. They said last week, not yet, but it's coming soon. It's still on a hiatus. So it could be this week, but I don't know. You want it to work so badly. Yeah, I have the Hull C. I'm interested in using the Hull C to go through to Pyro with some escorts. Maybe get a jacuzzi. See how we get on. But yeah, until we know it's working, I don't know. New message of the day there. Yes, thank you, Ralph. Did you, like, pop out for a second there? We've literally just been talking about that. Have you got your eyes on something else at the moment? It's going to be interesting to see how engineering works on ships that don't have module access. That's probably why it's going to take some time. And I don't know if it's going to be certain ships have it, certain ships don't, which is the most likeliest option. Because obviously part of getting to full engineering is getting every ship with component access. And engineering can't function unless there are ships with that. There are ships now with a lot of ships with component access, but yeah, not everything. So are they going to get every single ship or grant every single ship component access before engineering goes live, or are we going to be seeing some with, some without, which would be a big shame, but certainly possible. You found a workaround for eating drinking bug. What was it, Scott? Part listening as you read a book. Fair enough, I'll let you off. I heard that Inside Star Citizen delayed because someone experienced a personal tragedy and needed to take time off. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I love using the raft as a cleanup vehicle behind a beginner bounty hunter. Yeah, that's a good idea. Angel Wolf, how you doing? I am guessing some will not have... Yeah, it seems the most plausible because there are so many ships without physical components. By the time engineering, first version of it rolls out, there's going to be quite a few with it, but not necessarily every ship has to. Ideally, they would, but it doesn't have to. So I suspect we will see X amount of ships with access that have engineering attached, X amount of ships that don't, but still use the engineering terminal. You just can't remove them physically, and so on. Will Star Citizen 1.0 have enough surface area on planets, depending on how much unbuildable space CIG reserves? There's enough area for between 250,000 and 1 million players to have one 8x8 claim. I mean, there's definitely more than enough room with what's available, like moons, planets, and that'll continue to grow as they get more out. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll have more than enough room. They may even increase the size of the planet. I know they were talking about that, but I don't know how easy that would be, and it would probably require a lot of big changes. Thoughts on the Terrapin Medical? Been thinking about grinding for the ship. It's pretty good. Deacon, you could probably speak more about the Terrapin Medical. How do you find it? And have you got any specific questions, Ded? So engineering is essentially that every ship and vehicle has X amount of components, be a power plant, a shield generator, a cooler, quantum drive, avionics, all these different aspects that somewhat plug into areas, physical areas of the ship that you can take in and out, provided they are sizes 0, 1, or 2. Size 3 and above need to be done, in a MOBIGlass. And each one communicates with each other. They push power resources around. They cool. They're sort of physical items that can be aged, degraded, damaged. Will need to be maintained. You'll have an engineering screen to monitor to see what's going on. Jamie, welcome. And see what might need changing, what's going well, what's going, breaking. And that will help you determine why your ship is malfunctioning and where it's malfunctioning. And then to deal with those malfunctions, you'll need to either swap it out, repair it, get a new one, and so forth. Oh, yes. No, Jared's father did pass away. Yes, I did hear that. So that could have a big part of why the shows are not on. No, that's a good point. Parts of me wonder what would happen if Squadron is a complete flop. I doubt it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think Squadron's going to be for everyone. I think it'll be one of those, you know, Game of the Year award things for what it is. But not everybody's interested in single-player games. Yeah, Jared's father was a backer. He used to always complain to Jared about things that need fixing. Sending like lists. It's very sad, unfortunately, for Jared especially. So I hope he's all right. Obviously, it's he needs time off. What was the question again? Oh, the flop. Yeah, I think you know, I think it'll certainly win awards and show just what it's capable with a single player. Now, it's like it's probably going to be the first kind of quadruple A single player game. But it won't be for everybody. Not everybody wants to play Squadron, which is probably why they're creating a full narrative story in the verse to become a citizen. When do you think we'll get Terra? So I think this year we might see Nyx. Next year Castra and maybe Terra. It depends on how fast they can ramp up the speed at which they build systems. Never seen how many 4x4 or 8x8 claims. No, I can't remember now, but I know they said a while back, they used Daymar as an example, and I can't remember exactly what was said, but at the time there may have been maybe 2 million backers, and I think they said if each backer had a 4x4 or an 8x8 kilometer land claim, and they were spread evenly around the moon of Daymar, what was it? You wouldn't see them? You wouldn't see each other? So there is definitely plenty of space, because that's just one moon, right? And so far, with Pyro included, there's like 10 planets and God knows how many moons. So there's going to be more and more as time goes on. Yeah, Squadron will definitely be great for Star Citizen because it'll pull in a whole new group of people who won't have heard of it. And it will be advertised in a more traditional way. There's a lot of film stars in it, so it'll create a lot of drive. And, you know, as much... like they say, all press is good press, including bad press, which I don't know if I agree with that, but all the bad press that Star Citizen Cloud Imperium get, when Squadron releases... that's going to be beneficial because it'll be like, oh my god, they were making a game. They're not a scam, right? So all these people that are like, I've heard it's a scam, they'll be like, oh, they've actually released something and it looks incredible. Maybe we were wrong. Let me check out Star Citizen. Not that it's going to be that black and white, I'm sure, but you know what I mean. Interested in answering medical beacons. Seems risky and fun. Yeah, it is risky and fun. And a lot of the time it can be really exciting. You've got to, as you do more and more, you will gain more experience in realizing what could be a trap versus what isn't. I have not been trapped by responding to a medical beacon, but it can happen. I think mostly it depends on how many people are playing, how consistently they're playing. Are the pirates playing where they want to try and do that? But yeah, each time you respond to one, it can be something completely different. It is a lot of fun. I don't know how much they work at the moment. There was a bug where it wasn't giving you the marker for the downed person, so I don't know if it's even working at this time. They reiterated that statistic this year. At least I remember someone from CIG telling me. What statistic was that, sorry? Oh, yeah, as in the size of planets. Yeah, there's no need to worry about that, honestly. There's more to come, of course, in terms of planetary bodies and sizes and locations to build. There'll be more than enough. Levi, how you doing? Oh, 7, welcome. You've come across some med betas. I use their frozen tears to chill my gin as I kick their corpses out of the airlock. Nice. I'm going to go grab a coffee, and then we're going to start working our way through this monthly report, because I have been jabbering on for an hour and 38 minutes, and we've not even started with it. Yeah, same Angel. Well, I only have a 4x4, but yeah, it'll be an org village for us all to live in. Jeremy, it's a good job, innit, mate? Oh, if people don't like hearing me wittering on, you need to leave. You're not going to enjoy it at all. A quote from the Expanse series: 9 out of 10 distress signals are pirates. Keep that in mind. Jawtron, how you doing? Did they fix the salvage ship components? Sometimes I couldn't use it, or... Hang on, I'm sure I've heard something about this. I believe there was a possible fix in one of the latest builds. Maybe not the most recent, but the one before that, for fixing the ability to equip salvage components. Was it in the known issues, or was it in the bug-fixed bits? Can anyone remember? Anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Let me just grab a coffee. Give me 2 minutes. Where were we? Yo, Sclevra. I have yet to try it. We're going to go through the monthly report, and then if there's time, we'll jump in and give it a go. There is a new patch coming tonight with a handful of fixes, apparently. Skipper, good afternoon. So, as mentioned, the majority of this monthly report is AI, but there's still a lot of other juicy things as well. Figment, welcome. So, for the AI... Oh, I've just put AI. I haven't actually put what team it was. What does it start with? It's not AI tech or features, it's AI... something else. Their focus was mostly on 4.0. Everything we hear about in this monthly report is mostly like November and December work. Yao, how you doing? So, we... You know, when February comes along, we'll get January's update for what they've done since they've come back to the offices. But this is primarily November and December. So the majority of the AI's work was on 4.0, validating social behaviors like we see around stations, outposts, hearing them, you know, talking to each other, moving around. Pathfinding is a little better, which is, you know, some of them do. But the dynamic conversations that they have were tech from Squadron 42 to try and enhance this sort of immersive feeling of background NPCs. And personally, it's nice that there is this sort of background chatter, but you can clearly tell the majority of it is from a developer, not a voiceover artist. So it would be nice to get them from voiceover artists where they sound better. Of course, it can sound very awkward, which is like if I was to do background you know, voiceover stuff, I would sound awkward because I don't have a clue how to do it. You get someone like Maya, I'm sure it would sound perfect. Rydinger, welcome. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, mate. I've completely butchered that. Are you well? Sketto, welcome. Does anyone know when setting up GameGlass for the first time and selecting GameGlass keyboard in the control profiles and options, do you have to set up the stick keybinds again? I don't know, actually. I just installed the salvaging shard on my tablet, and I haven't gone into game yet to try it. So I have no idea. Jonathan, how you doing? If anyone can answer Uriel, though, please do. What else we got? They did say as well that they would like to get NPCs referencing like in-game events. And so you can overhear the people in certain areas talking about events local to them. And I know they did say in the past that eventually they want to have NPCs, just background NPCs, not even like dedicated mission givers, but an NPC, two NPCs sat at a table in a bar talking about something they found, giving you a location, you know, like not talking to you directly, but between themselves, and you getting little clues and then snippets of insights and going off and exploring. That would be kind of cool. So you don't have to remap the sticks. Thank you, guys. Welcome, Restless. Oh my god, there's some of the colour, the names. Is that you, Jawtron? Yeah, it is. On this combined chat, I can barely see what people's names are. That's crazy. You know what feature I would like is a simple waypoint marker I can place. Yes. Absolutely. Like, we've seen it. We've seen it somewhat working in CitizenCon, what, 2 years ago? That I would truly love. All I can think is they needed server meshing first. They needed to get server meshing in first so that that marker can continue on as you travel from server to server. Yo, Hotfrey, will they patch the Headhunter missions tonight? Is this the Save Stanton thing? I don't know. I don't know what bug fixes are coming in with each patch until they release it and we see them. But they just said there's a handful of fixes, so it could include fixes for that, but I don't know. They did say that, Jonathan. I don't know what you mean by the Mantella stuff, but one of the audio devs' end goals is to get it to the point where you can say hello to an AI or an NPC in game and they'll respond to you appropriately. He does want to get to that point, but we're probably talking a long way off, really, for that. Bubbles, welcome. I've noticed when salvaging a ship, it takes forever to fill the filler, but when salvaging panels, it depends on what you're salvaging and where on the ship you're salvaging. For example, you could be salvaging the underbelly of a ship, and the filler will increase quicker because it is that particular material comes in quicker, whereas on the top it takes longer. So it's sort of itemized per ship and dependent on whereabouts on that ship you're salvaging. It will be funny when they add AI that will comment on what they see, like if you're dirty and things. That'll be so funny. There'll be so many people just running around jumping, and a bit like in Assassin's Creed, if you're jumping around and stuff, they're like, what a strange person. Oh yeah, it already exists, but it's a case of having the resources, the time, the priority to install it. They've said they want to do it, but it's not something that they need to think about right now because they're still building, other elements, aren't they? Yo, Eugen, welcome. So 4.0.1 is, as in when? There's a question mark. Are you asking when is it going to go live? Because we don't know. Hopefully this week, but we'll get more of an idea once we get the latest patch tonight and see what issues there are, or hear from them directly. There's headhunter missions on Pyro where you sit and make 120,000 every 2 minutes. Oh boy, yeah, that's not good. When the Rangers are released, I will have a biker bar. Yeah, I want to be in that biker gang as well. It also depends on what you salvage. Like, Crusader ships have more RMC on them than Drake. What, as in, like, the speed at which they go? That's, yeah, so manufacturer specific as well. That's interesting. It's kind of the same thing, Castile. So Squadron is broken into 3 chapters. We're getting chapter 1 in 2026. There will be chapter 2, chapter 3. It is episodical, so it will lead on from one to the next, like a series. But yeah, I don't know exactly what happened in each, of course. Oh, so the actual amount of RMC. But is that due to ship size? Or is it just there's more actually, like the Crusader ships are more abundant in RMC than Drake is? That's quite interesting. I'm sure there's all these little things that they can tweak to add more nuance to the salvaging mechanic, where it will reward skill, like knowledge and experience. Yeah, I know, Eugen. I've stopped playing 4.0 preview, mate. I'm just waiting for 4.0.1 to go live. I hope it's this week. I really do. You can guarantee all this time waiting because I don't want to break anything or revert anything that I've done. It'll go live, I'll jump in and something will happen and it'll just take everything away anyway. And I've just not played at all. Or my link's not working. They will, Eugen, yeah. So 4.0.1 will replace 3.2.4 as a live build. And 4.0 preview will just be gone as well. Power to the people, Drake! Salvage missions on Pyro are so fun. I love salvaging, but not necessarily missions, just, organically. RMC is a temporary item. Yes, so RMC and more appropriately CMC, being construction material composite, they're just like a hold-all item or material that is just allowing the gameplay to function. As we see crafting come along, what we get from a ship will be determined by that ship. By like there'll be more itemized components and materials. There will be a lot of different composite style things that you can mix and blend and whatnot to create things. But yeah, that's absolutely right. They're just placeholder, temporary names for, to make the whole thing work in terms of like the economy. But yeah, going out and finding specific materials is going to be important. Someone said Skyrim was in development for 10 years. It doesn't surprise me. I love Skyrim though. Missions have not been populating for the last 3 days. Been just enjoying exploring and touring. Yeah, there's the missions, since they brought out 4.0, they've kind of gone downhill big time, haven't they? I mean, even Preview had all the missions just disappeared. We will speak about that actually a bit in the monthly report, because it's to do with the mission system refactor, which they're still working on and still trying to improve. Anyway, let's get back to this. Curly, welcome. Will it be a clean wipe? No, apparently not. They've said that as it stands right now, which was maybe 2 weeks ago, they don't plan still on wiping 4.0 preview to 4.0.1. So, fingers crossed, they don't, but I think for some people they would want it. I'm like kind of 50-50. I've lost a lot of stuff early on in the preview because I decorated my hangar with a lot of stuff and it all just disappeared. So if there is a wipe, I wouldn't be too bothered, but I would prefer not to. Like 60-40, I would prefer they don't, because I've made quite a bit of progress with stuff. But yeah, we'll see what they do. Right, what else have we got? The team have been looking at Stanton's landing zones to upgrade their behaviors to some of the standards of Pyro. For example, they tested population numbers of NPCs to see how many they could fit in a location without compromising performance. But the numbers are not where they want them to be, but it did provide valuable insight as they begin to experiment with creating environments with denser populations. Apparently Area 18 was a bit of a mess. But one thing that they have mentioned recently was that they were working on a social vertical slice, which is the idea that they show where they would want the social aspects of Star Citizen to be. So an environment, you go to like a city and you will see all the NPCs doing things actively on, getting on with stuff, mission givers and all these sorts of things going on there, hackers and whatnot. And although we haven't seen that, I hope they show us it, but that's kind of their target of where they want to get to, where it feels like a living, breathing location. But there's a lot of stuff going on that, lots of multiple facets to get to that point. Figment, you're getting excited for the game loop that I can use my Orion, Kraken, and Pioneer together to build for people. Yeah, people hiring you to come along and build for them is going to be so cool. You hope they won't wipe Angel. You managed to earn some money and loot some guns off a ship belonging to someone who decided to blow up my pack ship. Yeah, gotta let them pay. What do I think about the PU? Is it necessary to have it? I think there should be auto-cleaning for dead bodies and empty bottles. So, the persistent universe, the alpha that we have access to, is essentially a reward for backing the game, which is a voluntary choice to play. It is obviously not a finished product. It is very much a testing ground. We are glorified QA for them, which is great, because a game of this scale, having just an in-house QA team is not enough to find and the issues that could be part of a game of this size. Not to mention just tech, everyone having different PCs. You get a computer in a company, they're probably all very similar with the same sort of tech, because you're sourcing multiple components from the same people. Whereas at home, we all have very individual computers, so it highlights a lot of issues that they wouldn't see with an in-house QA as well. Now, when it comes to cleaning up dead bodies and empty bottles, there is a few aspects to this. We've got, firstly, the density manager, which is a hierarchical system or tool that determines what should be culled when things get to a certain level. Things like empty bottles, shell casings, litter, and then it sort of goes up to, dead bodies, weapons, items, and eventually ships. Now that is a constant flux of tuning. Like right now it's quite aggressive because it's cleaning up ships that may have been left for a while, because, just to help with performance. But over time we will see more in-game methods to tackle this, like a janitor, or even missions for players to clean up parts of a location. And ideally, performance would be enough where they didn't need to clean anything up, like themselves. Players could do it, like towing ships to a scrapyard or to, scrapyard, and so on. So those sorts of issues are, a constant flux of doing more, doing less, balancing it to what we need now, where they're going in the future. But the PU, everybody needs to decide whether that's for them to play or not. And that can change from a day-to-day basis. I play it when it's good. I don't touch it when it's bad. I dabble when it's okay. And that's everybody's choice. Nobody's forcing us to play, right? DVS, how you doing? Yes, absolutely. More off-grid stuff would be nice. We just need that consistency. It's too hard at times when it's not consistent. Big Welshman, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I hope they make planets bigger. I'm not too bothered either way, but it would be cool to have them more closer to a realistic scale. Marco, welcome. You spent the weekend trying to escape prison due to the elevator bug. I can escape prison in 5 minutes without the mission, 20 mins with the mission. Nice. No, I don't think they'll be too big. I think, yeah, right now, they're too big because there's not enough content and too much space. But I think as time goes on, we get those sectors and whatever it's called, clusters and sectors. Then as people start building, as there's more resources to be found, it's not that there's not going to be enough. There always will be enough space, even with the scales that they have now. I just love the idea of them being so vast that you're not, you can hide away perfectly well without seeing a single person, but occasionally someone might fly over the top. So yeah, I would definitely not be opposed to them increasing the scale of the planets, but at the same time, I'm not bothered if they don't, because they are big enough for what we need. But it would be kind of cool. Brody, I'd love to have my own self-sufficient base off-grid. Yeah, absolutely, it'll be possible, It'll be possible. Taking ships with the Argo truck with a big tractor beam and dumping them into the scrapyards. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that we need. Let's say, for example, all these players that would park their ship outside of Microtech or New Babbage, cluttering up the place, being able to have a mission, like after a certain amount of time, if someone has not gone and moved them, if the owner hasn't moved them, put out a, whatever, like if you park illegally, you get towed, taken to a location like not a scrapyard, but an impound. We need an impound. And we need a scrapyard. I mean, scrapyards exist already, and they will become more enhanced with gameplay as time goes on, but you'll be able to create your own scrapyard as well. Cassil, of course you can, mate. You ask away. So, yeah, there's more needed to enhance that sort of gameplay for those types of vehicles. But, yeah, both would be great. Simsy, welcome. Do you know if they are bringing out a patch today? They are, yeah. Yeah, a new patch coming tonight with a handful of fixes. But we don't know what fixes yet. Kevsky, how you doing? Maybe. I'm trying to get through the monthly report, and then I'll jump in if there's time, but we'll see. No, I agree completely, Sandman. Not opposed to it. Not necessary in the slightest, but would be kind of cool if they did. Miffed, welcome. QAing Star Citizen would need a massive team. Yeah, and, the in-house QA team just isn't enough. So, us being QA for them is definitely a good idea. Obviously, if you don't, some people are like, I'm not going to test bugs for them. I'm going to play something else. It's like, who are you talking to? Like so many comments like that. It's like, you don't need to tell me. You toddle off and do what you need to do. Yeah, Angel. SRV missions, absolutely. You get a call that there's a ship that's been just left outside of New Babbage. It's illegally parked now. Can you go and pick it up, take it to the local impound, and then whoever the owner is of that ship, when they come back in again, they have to pay a fine to get it back. Makes sense. Ruffy, how you doing? It's just gone. Where'd that go? The whole multi-chat thing is so hard to read because it keeps jumping even if I scroll. Definitely get my hands on the Argo CSM. That's fine enough for me to build a little hideout. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be more than enough, because that can build medium-scale things, medium-scale outposts, can't it? 12 Wing, how you doing? I mean, essentially, you don't have to, not necessarily unlock them. If it's still owned, legally owned by the owner, and they've parked it illegally, have a mission to go pick them up, that ship up, put it somewhere like an impound. You don't have to like open it up because then it would be stealing. They still own that ship. The contents inside that ship are their own. They're not owned by, they're not free to take. But the ship is in the way. So there's a legal mission for you to tow it, to put it into an impound. And then they go and pay the fine to get it back. If nobody pays the fine after a certain duration of time, maybe they could move that over to a salvage yard or to a second-hand dealership, and so on. That, I think, would be just the most plausible, common sense approach with it, right? Like real-world sense. It could be Brody. I don't know when it's going to release, unfortunately. Yeah, they may not. I don't think they'd release it for that reason, but there's obviously events coming that they would ideally release it for. Harry, how you doing? Welcome. We fund it, we test it, we endure it. Yeah, I wouldn't want it any other way. It is such a ride. You started the game after 4.0 release. Did not play version 3 or before. Lots of PvPers on Reddit say it's 4.0 killed the PvP game. No, I think so. It wasn't necessarily 4.0. There's been a lot of changes to things like ship flight, combat, and so forth. And it's not perfect, but the flight model we had before was great for like 1v1s or 2v2s. It didn't cater for fleet battles on scale. So they've readdressed how flight and combat work with various tunings, slowing down the speeds of ships and so forth. But it is by far not done yet. And they will get to the point where it works for all. The other downside is a lot of the people that are complaining spent a lot of time practicing and getting good, like the best of the best in that flight model, and then it changes, and now they're not the best, so a lot of the time it's just people complaining for the sake of it. But that's not to say that, 1v1s with the new flight model are great. There's a lot left to be done. And there's so much to change. Ignore any stats. Ignore everything, because it's... with physical damage, engineering, all the tunings and things going on, there is so much going. Yo, Manithau, welcome. Question, what's the best station for starting in Pyro? At this time, probably Obituary, just because you're close to a place like Bloom. Checkmate, you're close to Monarchs, and Monarchs is suffering from a B-win issue where it's like the bandwidth is horrendous and it's causing a lot of like delay. So maybe avoid that for now. Or Ruin, that will be away from most of the murder hobos, but still possible. Yeah, there's a lot of problems right now, 12th, with a lot of things, but that's the sort of thing that would, we're talking about, like, we don't have an impound anyway, so even if you could tow it, there's nowhere to take it. What I'm saying is, give us an impound, give us those missions kind of things. By that point, allow us to tow it, have rules and ways of, like, hacking through into systems and shutting down shields so you can tow it. Ooh, so much chat. 90s welcome. I like certain aspects of master modes, but then there's certain bits that need improvement that aren't as good. So yeah, it's a mixture. There's a lot that needs changing, a lot that needs doing, but there's only so much they can do for the now. Like we were saying about, they're developing a lot for what we have now, but they're also trying to develop for the future, which is very different. So there's only so much they can do right now. When do you think of Star Citizen? Well, when do you think Star Citizen will get alien races shown in Squadron? Do you mean the Vanduul? When will we get them in game? Probably post Squadron. I don't think we'll see them beforehand. Yo, NVIDIA, how you doing? Hands up if you're both on YouTube and Twitch. Asking them both. It's really confusing when I see the chat and I see Brimstone asking the same question. It's like, well, you've just asked that. Why are you asking again? And it's a different chat. Now, continuing on. AI features progressed with combat in Pyro, particularly the CZs, the contested zones. which they said led to improvements in server frame rates. They also included a lot of work on ammo management spoofing, which is now functional in locations where ammo crates are not yet balanced. So an NPC, if they run out of ammunition, they will search for it from their downed combatant. So they can, firstly, run out of ammunition. They don't have infinite ammo. Then they will look around the dead enemies to sort of steal it from them or take it from them until it says the full looting rebalancers come in, kind of. So they can't go to loot boxes and get loot. Well, they can, but I don't think looting is properly sorted. And I'm hoping that this whole looting rebalance will make things make a lot more sense, where you can't just go into an outpost and take what you want from a box. But it also is contextual to the location you're in. So it makes sense if you are in a location that you have certain things versus somewhere else. And if you're in Pyro, you get certain things. So I'm happy to hear that loot rebalance is in the work, or not in the works, but a thing they want to do. Radical, how you doing? I hope that post 1.0 they'll make alien systems. Well, yeah, so as we know, we've got the 5 systems. In fact, 1.0 is when we're going to see the Vanduul, because by that one, we'll see it pre 1.0 for testing purposes. But when we get the Nyx system, we know that there are Vanduul skirmishes that come into the Nyx system on occasion. And so part of the gameplay with Nyx is holding that front line and fighting off the Vanduul threats. I don't think they're essentially coming in to take over the Nyx system. I don't think they'll program them to do that. But players will be able to fight back against them, and there'll be a lot of dynamic events with that. There'll be a lot of just organic gameplay with that as well. So we will see the Vanduul when it comes round to the Nyx system. But yeah, there's those sorts of systems. They will flow out from, the 5 systems with 1.0. I don't know what will be next, but eventually they'll link to either a Xi'an Empire, Banu Protectorate, or the Vanduul systems, and then you will see the variation there. Like, they're really excited to work on the alien locations, because obviously there's a lot of things they can do that are very different to the norm. Right now they're building kind of more systems that we're used to. But yeah, there's plenty to come. Opeth, yeah, pinned at the top, mate. Thank you, guys. How you doing today? I just think it'd be sweet to see a Banu... Oh, absolutely. It really would. I can't wait to visit the planet where... in the Xi'an Empire, where it's kind of like the Noah's Ark planet, where they hold and preserve all the known species of animals in the Xi'an Empire. Like, imagine looking at that and seeing just all these different creatures all band together, maybe killing each other. I will set up a lemonade stand at the front lines to support our troops. Absolutely. We'll hold the line, yeah. That's going to be a lot of fun, just going through to Nyx with a big bunch of big ships and small ships, and just waiting to see the Vanduul, and then getting word of a Vanduul incursion and having to fly off together. That's where Pitchfork will probably be Operation Pitchfork will start. Hold your wallets, Matt, Dustin. I tell you what, with all the ships that are in the works now, those wallets, you're going to be losing them. I can guarantee it. What else have we got? So AI features also improve the medic behavior. This is for NPCs. So an NPC that is carrying, or any NPC that is carrying a med pen will revive their squad mates, which I've seen happening. I remember the first time that happened, I was like, oh my. But obviously this will create more of a challenge for players, but also potential ways to bait them into the open and take them out. The team also fixed issues with when cover is compromised to ensure NPCs respond quickly when ambushed. Plus, bugs for the defend area were fixed, which means NPCs can now wait in cover to ambush players. And also, we know that NPCs will be hiding in rooms, so that when you're going in to clear, like an outpost, they might be in this room with a shotgun waiting for you to walk in and just bang. So you've got to be careful. The Misfortune 12. The Misfortune. Yeah, no, I assume it'll have the same functionality as the Vulture, but until I test it, I don't know. Yeah, it's cool seeing NPCs climbing ladders. They're already doing a load of other stuff, aren't they? Work was then done to simplify and refactor the investigate behavior, making it work more with the perception system. So basically an NPC's ability to see or hear you will determine whether they will find you or not. And this will, and I think it already plays into the day-night cycle. So if it's dark, their vision is less, ranged. If they have a torch, they can see, but their peripheral vision is less visible. So yeah, they're really ramping up the NPC stuff. Especially now with server frame rates remaining higher for a longer period of time. Yeah, they can throw grenades. They're getting some skills. You can already foresee Uncle Porkchop kidnapping Vanduul NPCs and releasing them in Nuba. Uncle Porkchop? Who's Uncle Porkchop? I'm eyeing the Misfortune, but other than the CSV FM, the only thing I'd be interested in potentially is a combat Titan suit when they make one. You say that, but I bet they will release between now and the time any of those come out. There may be other ones that you're like, actually, I might want that as well. But yeah, there's some cool ones coming. Phone rings. Hello, this is CIG. Hi. Could you hold the line, please? Sorry, I will get my car. I mean, we've been holding the line for a long while, Brim. I can see you at the line with your 2 pints in hand. That's thinking ahead. You had such a hard time playing this weekend. Yeah, I've barely touched it, to be fair. Not because it's been hard, I just haven't tried it or had the time or the want to yet. Salvador Jimenez, welcome, good morning. 07. And Sheps, welcome. You're seriously considering buying this game. I want to play something new, but I'm not following the updates well enough to know if the bugs are better. I would say wait for now. Just wait for now until 4.0.1, which is the current build in testing, goes to live. It could be about a week away, it could be a couple of weeks, it could be a little bit more, but if you were to jump in now, it would be a headache, especially for a new player, because there's so much going on. Part of being a citizen and playing the alpha is knowing what is a bug, what is your own incompetence, and how to work around the bugs. And sometimes they can, the lines can blur. So just keep hanging on. Like, do your research now while you're waiting. In fact, there's a free fly coming. Wait for the free fly. Yeah, Johnny. As Johnny's, maybe on Wednesday, sometime maybe sooner, or maybe later. There is a free fly coming where you can essentially just download the game, try it for free without spending anything, see how you like it, see what performance is like. Bear in mind, if the free fly happens before 4.0.1 goes live, you're going to have a bad time, and it's probably going to put off more people than good, than bring people in. But if they can push it to live, which I really hope they do before the free fly, then you can try the free fly with 4.0.1, and let's hope everything's good. The thing with Star Citizen and the alpha that we can voluntary play is sometimes it's the best thing you'll ever play, and I mean that. It is just the greatest experience you'll ever have. But most of the time, there are a lot of bugs and issues that just make it the most painful. So, you play as and when you want to get into it and feel it and see what you think for yourself, Spader, how you doing? You would wait too. Do free fly coming up, decide, and only buy a starter pack yet. Don't worry about, I don't know what you've heard about it being an expensive game or whatever. It isn't. $45 is the least, the maximum you need to spend, really, to enjoy it. But obviously other people spend more to support it and whatnot. The Combat Atlas frame. Oh, the Atlas? Do you mean the sort of ground vehicle? Oh, he's a YouTuber that finds glitches. Okay. In that case, yes, then it is way. But yeah, welcome, as Sandman says, Sheps. You found a gem. You really have. You will not regret finding Star Citizen, but how you deal with the current alpha and when you play is the difficulty. Because it can draw you in when you have those good experiences and you get playing and it's sort of consistent for a while and you're having a great time and you make a lot of progress. Not that it matters, because progress is always going to be wiped until we get the finished sort of live 1.0 release. But it can happen like that and everything's taken away. Everything you buy with real money will always remain, but anything you buy in game, you know, your cargo that you purchase and whatnot in game, it can disappear and break, and it's like, oh, it's the most annoying thing. MBX rules, how you doing? So yeah, you've got to take each session you play bit by bit. If it's working, great. If it isn't, step away. Hoons, how you doing? A free fly is just where they open up the game for free, where people can download it, try it for free without buying anything. As long as you've got an account, you can try it for free at this free fly, and then you can choose whether you want to pledge or not. It just opens up the game for free. That's all. Yeah, so by all means use my referral code, but if you know someone, Sheps, or anyone who may have gotten you in, or maybe the first person that told you about Star Citizen, just to honour them, use their referral code, and you'll both get, well, you'll get some starting credits, 5,000 starting credits, which is by the by, but you'll both get a Dragonfly hover bike, which is actually what this guy's going to be riding in a second. So it's worth doing. But yeah, by all means use mine, but if you know someone who is like a friend already playing, or if there's a different content creator that was the first one to tell you about it, you know, jump on that. Well, thank you, Sheps. I appreciate that, mate. Wait until the free fly, though. Oh, no, actually, I don't think it matters, but wait until the free fly just in case, because then you will get the Dragonfly. It's probably worth grinding out the preview and stashing some dollar. Yeah, do a bit and then sort of hide it. But the problem is you could lose it all, couldn't you, in an instant in the preview. Yeah, me too, Radical. I'm hoping, you know. Oh, is that you? Of course, Salvador. Sorry, mate. Out of context. Welcome, Reggae. Yeah, it's. You know, I'm excited for when 4.0 preview came out. It felt like a nostalgic time again for me in Star Citizen, and I was super excited. And then over time, that excitement's sort of wavered while it's been difficult. And now with 4.0.1 on the way, I'm hoping it's gonna, you know, pick back up again. And we just need that, as Chris has outlined. Their target for this year is stability, playability, quality of life. If they can achieve that this year, then I will certainly not play anything else ever again. I'll just be, this is all I need. Because jumping in with you lot and playing together and or even soloing, it's just such an experience. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? It doesn't actually matter until someone's bought a pack. So you can make a thing, play the free fly, make an account, play the free fly, but don't buy it until the referral thing is on the way, which is essentially at the same time as the free fly anyway. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Get me a Bengal. Absolutely. What am I up to? Like 600 and something. Thing is, I've got quite a lot, but I think I've got more prospects than recruits. I mean, at the end of the day, like I say, if there's someone else who, you know, you go with them because it kind of gives you both a reward. What am I up to now? I don't even know where I can check. Over 500 and something, but I can't remember where it tells me. I can't remember where it is now. Where did I used to see it? Was it settings? Oh yeah, and then referral program. So current recruits. So you have recruits and then you have prospects. So recruits 653, prospects 476. So if all of those prospects were to pledge, then the Bengal would still. Oh no, yeah, the. Oh, hold on, they're overlapping. What's going on here? That's not right. I mean, at the end of the day, they said they were going to increase the rewards as well, didn't they? At some point. Yeah, they're overlapping. I can't quite see what's going on. Oh, the Bengals are 22,000. I'm way off that still. Still way off. No, a player will probably not ever be able to buy a Bengal, but you can craft them. Steve, how you doing? You've not slept in 7 days and also been at uni since 7:30 a.m. Oh, Steve, I'm so sorry, mate. Hopefully tonight you can get a good rest, mate. How you doing aside from that? Hope all is well. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. William, welcome. Is this game worth reinstalling yet? No. Wait until 4.0.1 goes live. Wait until 4.0.1 goes live. Install it or see what, you know, streamers are doing, and try it then. Yo, Nutmeg, how you doing? How is Texas? Welcome. Right, what else have we got with AI? With the introduction of the Kazi Grazer or Space Cow, work progressed on animation stances used when they are sleeping or grazing, which is relevant to their day-night cycle. They also worked on a new charge attack type. For the AI tech team, they spent the last, November, December making performance improvements to the AI systems and progressed with new features. They have also enabled dynamic cover generation, which is what we saw at CitizenCon, where they'll take cover, like an NPC will take cover behind a wall, and then when that wall's destroyed, they will see it's destroyed, and they will move on to a different location. A lot of work on navigation links and meshes and so forth, making sure that NPCs can actually navigate across a planetary surface properly. That's been an ongoing thing. They had a system before, they've changed that system to a different thing, and so far it seems to be working fine. Your take on what I think CIG, on what I think about CIG slightly up. As in it's gone up, or you're not happy with them? Oh, it's CIG what they can achieve to what they can implement to what they can get stable and playable. Yes, absolutely. 100% hope, 50% patience, 0% faith. That's one way to put it, yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, it is very Dune-like, isn't it? Especially with that creature. Now, talking of creatures, for Boyd tech, so Boyds being smaller creatures like birds, fish, sort of generally ones that move as groups, not necessarily all the time, you've got herds and things, but they're not Boyds. Crashes were solved and data used between the server and client was optimized. Also, updates to the audio propagation were made, including how NPCs perceive audio events. For the AI ship behaviors, they received a lot of attention, including improvements to quantum travel and better handling of failures and updates to reinforce behaviors and collision avoidance logic. When NPCs can actually quantum travel, that's a prerequisite for bounty hunting, because right now the bounties, they stay in one location. They can't quantum travel away, so they need to remain in one place. When they can quantum travel, you will go, like the bounty hunting will just scale appropriately, where you'll go to a location, planet side, there might be a bounty there, you're tracking him, you're about to move, and then he gets into a ship, flies off and quantum travels away, and then you'll need to track the quantum travel and find them again, so chasing after them. And that would be nice. Solegs, you would like a remote, garage control. They've actually said about that for ship doors and ramps and things. They did mention that they would like to have a potential MobiGlass app or a button on your ship that when you press it, your ship doors open, which would be very much useful. Not begrudging them, because what they have pushed out is working to a fair degree, and for it still being relatively fresh tech, it's not the worst build they've ever pushed to live services. No, absolutely. That's the thing. It's what they've achieved is great, but now they need to optimize it, stabilize it, fix it so that it can be more playable. 100% agree. Yeah, we've had enough bugs. I also want to be able to control individual doors instead of open all. In fact, there is something about that in here. Not necessarily that specifically, but with engineering, that's where that stuff can start rolling out. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, Hoons, that's true. I wonder when the freight elevators will be able to bring up ground vehicles. I guess there's still a lot of issues with freight elevators, so throwing, extra things in there right now would probably be a bad idea until they've fixed those. But yeah, it'll be nice when we get that. Yes, Jeremy, they do. I think whenever a server dies, a new one is sort of pushed back up again. That's when they reset. The difficulty now is that they're not dying as quick as they used to. This is why hotfixes take much longer to roll out, because usually a server would die pretty quickly, and then the hotfix can propagate very quickly across all servers. Now, it takes a long while for servers to cut, so it takes a long while for hotfixes to go out, but they do reset them. Finally, the AI tech began implementing movement requests for chasing targets, which will include updates to how Pathfinder requests are solved and patch existing paths. I guess that's chasing after us, maybe. For the animation team, they created player interaction animations for hacking, here we go, and door panels. Now, that's all that was said, but when it comes to, I suppose, engineering, hacking, your ship controls, they want, obviously, a permission system where players can get access to certain areas of a ship and not others. But if you are capable enough, you can hack your way into that. But that means that the door will be locked and not grant you permission because you don't have permission. So they do want a lot of control over doors. And I know in some ships or some manufacturers, you can actually turn the sensors on and off. So a sensor off, you'd have to press the door button, which makes sense if you've got, venting certain rooms. Whereas sometimes you might just want them all open or shut or opening on a sensor. So yeah, as more of these systems like engineering comes in, life support, having more control over doors and so forth is going to be a lot more important. And necessary, absolutely necessary. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Steve, is that as much as it was killed a while back, it shows what they want, what they're aiming for. When are they fixing the ice skating tanks? Oh, God knows. With ground vehicle physics and skids and, not skids, whatever they call them, tracks. There's a lot to do there. Well, I don't know what they do with their shards. I mean, maybe they have a let it die. I don't know enough about it to comment, really. Vidale, welcome. I think, from what we've heard, some hauling missions are working, some are not. So, not all of them by any means, but hopefully more than what were working. Now, animation also worked on various creature animations for the Copians, the Quasi-Grazers, and the Valakar, and prepped for upcoming creatures. And the Valakar, if you're wondering, is what's on the video any second now. That has made quite a bit of progress by the sounds of things, because, that's going to come out sometime soon, isn't it? And have that monster hunting gameplay. Ground vehicle team seem to be doing nothing with driving physics. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a ground vehicle team. I think you've got the vehicle teams who are working between, like the vehicle team itself are a set amount of resources, and with things like the flight model, engineering, and all the other things that go into vehicles, I think their priority right now is just more other things than ground vehicles. I obviously want ground vehicles to work and function and the physics to be appropriate, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not really the priority right now because there's not a lot of use cases. But, hopefully soon we'll start to see that coming along. Yes, a lot of the developers, I don't think there's anyone who specifically in the vehicle team who specifically just work on ground vehicles. I think they all work on, all sorts of vehicles. But a lot of the people in the development team are sim racers. Absolutely. Yes, Rulin, Monarchs. Yeah, so the Sandworm will be found on Monarchs, and that's where the first of these Monster Hunter missions or events will happen. Thank you, Hotfry. I make it all up. None of it's true. What else we got? Boring. Time was spent developing various animations for existing and upcoming creatures, as we kind of know. The character art team supported Starware, art debt, and fixed bugs for the live releases, and they are currently working on 2 new armors alongside upcoming armor variants. I'm kind of hoping that we'll see Starware is already somewhat in use for NPCs in Pyro, so part of Starware is how you can layer armor and clothing together, which we couldn't do before. So, you know, certain elements of it work. When you find an NPC dead in Stanton, in Pyro, and you're like, oh man, I want his outfit, you can't get it because they're layering with Starware. We don't have it implemented for us yet. So hopefully it won't be long now until that comes in. But also part of Starware would be the physical cloth movements, right? That would be kind of cool as well, where leather is heavier than sort of thinner cloth and it flaps in the wind. That would be very nice to see. But the 2 new armors, as we saw at CitizenCon, they showed off the huge changes coming to armor, where they all have various attributes that would make sense to the armor you're using, giving meaningful differences between them, giving meaningful reasons why players would want to accumulate and collect different armor types for different gameplay reasons, right? So, very excited to see that come along, having a genuine reason why you would pick this armor versus that one, beyond it just looking cool. So yeah, but again, I don't know when that's coming. Any of this could be 4.1, 4.2, we'll see. A lot of the ground vehicles will be done for onboarding along with smaller ships. What's that? For driving in bigger ships? Why aren't the ground vehicles in my space game as good as the ones in in the driving? At the end of the day, I honestly feel that CIG will make the ground vehicles physics as good as any, racing game out there, in terms of realistic physics and handling and so forth, with the various terrain types and the different wheels you could choose. But it's just not a priority right now. The vehicle teams, as we have seen over the years, are spread quite thin in terms of resources and who's working on what. So I want it because I love ground vehicles. I love racing. But yeah, they need devs to work on it. Being relatively new to the community, how often, or have they said how often they wish to publish new systems? No, they haven't. But it's taken all this time from the beginning till now for us to get a second system. Not that they've, been constantly working on it over the past 12 years. There are reasons why it's taken this long. But what they're doing is they've been spending a lot of time building systems and tools. Not systems like space systems, but systems. Flymo, how are you doing, sir? Thank you so much for the 60 months. Beers and party, please. Thank you. 07. But yeah, they're building a system, like tools that allow them to scale the speed but retain the quality and detail that they want for their worlds. Like they could just do what No Man's Sky do and just press a button and then boof. Billions of star systems with procedural generation, all very unique and different. But they want realistic planets with seasons, with weather that makes sense to the environment. So and points of interest. So they use procedural to create and then handcraft. Now, we've just got Pyro. We know by 1.0, however long that takes, my guess out of nowhere would be no more than 5 years generally. So 3 to 5 at most, I would hope. We'll have 5 systems. They originally slated before procedural generation was a path they would take to have 100 systems. So we know there is already laud, as in like narrative created 100 systems, but what we will see as time goes on, each year we will see more and more systems roll out as they refine this tech and even start using AI to help create these planets at scale. But they don't want to lose that quality and that detail. So as much as it's taken this long to get a second system, that number will continuously decrease, and then they'll be pushing things out much quicker. Future cult leader, how you doing? They just need to sort the collision on every stone and branch, yeah. Oh boy. CIG needs to get their thumbs off the scale. Their thumb off the scale. Make this an actual sandbox. Stop making ham-fisted changes every time fun detected. I don't think you're following quite as much as I thought you were. I can also see them adding a system that is less populated with handcrafted stuff like Stanton and has more procedural things. Well, yeah, I think with procedural generation, as they refine and add more to their asset groups, like for biomes, for like building types and so forth, as they press that build a planet, more and more stuff will be hooked in to that whole generation system where they need to do less and less work. And it will do it, and as it gets more refined, it'll be, all these things are actually hooked up, including things like missions and other things. The more that they can tie into the procedural system without losing that quality and depth, the better. And that is a trial and error thing that will just hopefully increase over time. But we've just got that second system. Nyx isn't too far behind, and the rest will follow shortly after. Not shortly, but within a reasonable time frame. Hey. Yeah, better procedural tech. Pyro also took extra time because it's... Well, I think the reason why it took so much longer is just because of server meshing, which gave them more time to really push the visuals and the detail. But as we've seen with any new planet, any new system that we will see as well, the quality bar continues to increase, and they will go back and handle the old systems and pull them up to snuff as well. But I don't think, they didn't hold on to Pyro so that they could polish it more. They held on to Pyro because they didn't have server meshing to release it ready at the time. But yeah, the quality will just continue to increase. Ryan, do you see this year? No, I didn't see it. No crashes in 7 to 8 hours. Wow. And by that you mean server crashes, not driving into things. SMB, Diz, how you doing, mate? Nice to see you. Busy work for you, is it? Well, thank you for hanging out with us, mate. No way to do multiple systems until you have worked out how... Yes, and, things with, like, this Genesis system. This new procedural... not procedural, but Planet Tech version 5. They're still building that foundational tech to make it possible to scale it. Not foundational tech, but the tools with all the different things like new biomes and weather and the new soil type. There's so much more they want to bring in with seasons and things. So it'll just, as we get more and more systems, they will be better and better, and they'll go back and redo the old ones. Yeah, they're doing a lot, of course. Anyway, let's get back to the monthly report. Need SMB game name, so no, you don't need to send me anything. Ryan, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Dutch? I'm guessing it's Dutch. NL stands for Netherlands, right? You don't need to send me any in-game cash. Honestly, it is easily acquirable. I appreciate the sentiment, though. It is very kind of you, mate. What else have we got? So, core gameplay team. Now, the core gameplay pillar, that's multiple people from different, and doing different things, working on all of the missions, all of the gameplay things like engineering and they handle a lot of things. But it says that they have spent most of the time addressing stability and performance issues found during 4.0, which is good to hear. As much as they have a lot of cool things in the works, getting 4.0 fixed and working is the priority. So, they have been doing other things, but instead of it being this huge list of things that they usually get on with, generally the core gameplay team is now the biggest paragraph that we get. This time it wasn't that, it was still quite sizable, but not that big because they're just fixing 4.0. Still no pizza gameplay, I know. Hopefully engineering doesn't break the current fixes. I am almost certain engineering will break things. It is such a huge system that affects everything about a ship. Already, without engineering, the new engineering, whatever it is engineering in-game now, you know, like with the panels, already there are bugs with that where it turns off the ships randomly. You can't, you know, you have to troubleshoot, which is kind of cool because it's like, why is my scanner not working? I don't know what's wrong. And then you go through and you realize your scanner isn't getting power. So it's systemic, but that systemic gameplay brings systemic problems. So I'm sure there will be a lot of bugs with engineering. And of course, everybody will be affected because every vehicle will use it. So yeah, it'll take a little while to iron that out, but hopefully they'll do a lot of the legwork before rolling. I mean, they said that, you know, the splitting feature gameplay and content and so forth, so that might be another reason why we may see engineering come a little later than a 0.0 point patch, maybe a 4.1, because they want to really push that. Yo, architects, you're tired of the PTU. Yeah, hopefully we'll get a live release of it this week. I think it's plausible. Now, alongside fixing 4.0, the programmers worked on jump points, creating a strong visual experience and the feeling of controlling a spaceship inside the tunnel, which does feel pretty phenomenal and scary, which is probably what they're going for. The new mission system received the final critical changes to prepare it for the new server meshing environment. Remember, we're talking November and December here. We already have it implemented, but this overhaul is important to ensure missions persist as players cross between server boundaries, on server crash recoveries, and between the different servers. And as the system was completely overhauled and most of the scripting logic rules changed, all mission archetypes needed to be rewritten. So a lot of the teams supported the transition and setup of this content by helping locate and identify problems. And of course, we have seen a lot of problems with missions, as we were saying earlier. For example, they all disappeared at one point. So they're now going through fixing those issues. Ultimately, the new mission system refactor is a good thing. It's necessary. It'll help maintain missions going forwards. It'll help bring in more and better complex missions going forwards. But just like we see with any piece of, I suppose, core tech, not that it's core tech, but it might be, I don't know. It brings with it problems that need to be fixed, and that's what they're working on. So once that's done, then they can start bringing in the dynamic mission system and increasing everything as they go from there. But yeah, it's clearly brought a lot of problems with it, but thankfully they are well underway of working on it and fixing it. But then every mission had to be somewhat rewritten to work with this. That's why we don't see as many missions as we did have in 4.0 as we did in 3 series. You've not played any of the game revisions for a month. Yeah, probably worth waiting until 4.0.1 goes live though, Matt, because all that feeling refreshed, it'll just be gone the minute you jump in and problems start coming up. Yeah, I don't blame your architect. All I'm playing is the PTU every now and again, maybe on stream just to test things, see how it feels, hang out with you guys. I'm not playing live right now. Anyway, what else we got? Also, reason why your head is not in game is that it could not cope with having to render your mug. I'm sorry, the what's it called? The calliope machine broke every time we implemented your face. 59 is just frying those graphics cards. I'm sorry, we just can't do it. Because I'm so attractive, obviously. That's what you're saying, though, isn't it, right? Now, it also mentions that as the number of territories or regions served by one dedicated server increased, more features were found to have issues with authority transfer, and these issues have proven to be challenging, but the benefits of more territories made it worth the time investment. Good. Obviously, yeah. 16K webcam. Oh, you wouldn't want to see that close, that detail. Oof. The team were also heavily involved in new content, including contested zones. They took the opportunity to begin making changes to the PTU login flow, which included player spawning in hangars, which if you notice in the PTU now, we're logging back into our hangars again. They took it out of the preview build, even though it was cool for a while it lasted, but it brought in more problems. Now they've sort of got their ducks in order and they've fixed those issues. It's back on again. We're able to spawn in our hangars again. Thanks, Gene. I know that's what they were saying. The Pope's backside is better looking, and I don't find that appealing. You don't find the Pope's backside appealing? What is wrong with you? Just get your priorities in order, Steve. Finally, for the team, work was done in support of an upcoming ship. No idea what. Fixing quality of life issues with personal hangars and freight elevators, and a lot of bug fixes. So let's hope they can get it sorted. Yo, Furco, how you doing? Yeah, those handyman missions. So they've taken them out, haven't they? Because of, I don't know, so many problems with them. I don't know when they're going to roll them back out again. I guess once they've rectified whatever the issue is, but that would be nice. I really hope to get that back in soon. To be honest, when I saw, I think in maybe a teaser trailer or a video for 4.0, it shows a snippet of the missions on the MOBIGlass. And if, you know, like when you look at hauling missions, when you've just like gone through the first rep gate, and there are hundreds, that will apply to every other mission archetype, and you will see hundreds of missions become available. So it's like that expansion of dynamic missions is not just going to make the missions more interesting, more unique, more diverse. It should offer a lot more options as well, which is something we desperately need. Yo, Simsy, yeah, there's a new patch coming tonight, mate, for 4.0.1. No idea when it's gonna, whether it's gonna be a live candidate or not. But I don't think they're too far off. Sure thing, Steve. Best of luck getting to sleep, my friend. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. Good to see you. You are having a big problems in preview. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. As I say, my advice, which obviously you can take it or leave it, is don't play preview. If you're having a great time, keep playing it, obviously. But if you're having problems, just get out of it, because it's just going to get worse before it gets better. Wait for 4.0.1 to go live. That's all I'm doing. Stong, welcome. What do you think will be on Evo next? Hopefully engineering. But I don't know. Most likely the Fortune. I love the TOBII eye tracker, Simsy. Absolutely love it, mate. It's been a game changer for me, but the problem is it's an expensive thing, right? I would say prioritize your PC, sticks, and then look to get head tracking. But, you know, I don't know, head tracking sticks, it is nice. I feel like I'm the small minority that's been enjoying it and have been able to play consistent. You might be, Hoons. At the end of the day, a lot of it is dependent on what you're doing, what time of day you're doing it. And like I say, if you're having a good time on 4.0 preview, just keep playing. Enjoy it, right? To be fair, if I was playing 4.0 preview like I was, like consistently, I'm sure I would have a lot of good times in it. But I'm too worried about having any problems that will, you know, lose the stuff that I've collected. So I'm not playing it. But there's obviously a lot of problems with 4.0, even in just generally getting into the game. If you're in and playing it, keep going. If you're not, wait until 4.0.1 goes live. Or try it and see how it goes. It might be good. Yes, I wish it was the Argo Fortune. I really do. You bedlogged into preview, landed on Monarchs in the 315. B-Win was around 9. Still so took your time and bedlog. Yeah, the last time I was in, actually one of the last times, I was on Monarchs, and bedlogging was like, it took about 20 minutes just to kind of get into the bed and log out. I was waiting for doors to open. I was waiting for me to climb into bed and so forth. It was like, oh my god, I just need to log out so that nothing gets lost. Oh, they will rule in. Yeah, VR, they definitely want VR, but it's just not a priority yet. But they certainly want it. Minimum, head coverage, looking around. but they will also look into doing like hand controls as well. You've got the PC and sticks. Head tracking it is. And yeah, using the link. Well, the deal is the deal. Regardless of whether you use my link or not, you can get the 15% off. That's just the current price that it's at now. Using the link gives me a kickback, so you can choose to use it or not. I appreciate it if you do, but it's not necessary. Don't use my code. Don't type in SMB because it will remove the 15% and knock off 5%. If you use the link, I will still get the kickback, but it'll be 15% off. Yeah, luck of a good shard, absolutely. Chatman did it. Welcome. And Chutney07, need your in-game name to send you money. Oh, no, you don't need to do that. Why is everyone sending me money today? Honestly, there's no need, mate. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do. But you don't need to... Is this same guy? Is this you, Chutney, from YouTube? You don't need to send me cash in-game. Honestly, we don't have trouble doing it. We don't have trouble making money in-game. Should do the link. Does my link work? I don't know if my link works. Let me try it. Oh yeah, there you go. That should work. So if you click that link, that'll take you to the... that'll track your purchase. Is it working? I don't know if it is working. Some form of 42 Alpha USA. You can send it to Salvador. Yeah, I don't think that link's working. Probably best if I get it from here. Hang on. I don't know if it's maybe the TOBII site that's having issues. But try that one. Whoa. What's that? Oh man, oh no, I copied Deacon's message as well. Oh no, that's not working. Sending your Deacon's information there. That should be it. TOBII/GG. Yeah, that's not doing it either. How strange. I'm not sure why that's not working. Yo, Ice, how you doing, Lister? Welcome. No, I wouldn't say it's ready yet. I haven't tried it, though. What's everyone's perception of the current patch if you've played it? How is it? Is it anywhere close to being live or not? What do we think? I haven't tried it, so I can't possibly say. You've lost too many ships to bother anymore. Also, if the Fortune has auto-stack... Well, there's an interesting point. What will it do? How will it work? It's a good question. It'll be nice to see what it does. PTU is decent. Other than that, purple poof cleanup still being too aggressive. Purple poof, as in the ship cleanup. You had your gladiators cleaned from under me while I was flying it. That might be something else, though. Do you think that's to do with the aggressive cleanup? I wonder. Lieutenant Law, how you doing? I can highly recommend VKB, either the Gladiators or the Gunfighters. They're the ones I've used and the ones that I would recommend. Now, what else have we got? The economy team, they spent the last part of last year finishing off adjustments for pricing of quantum and hydrogen fuel to account for the new tanks. Although I think there's an exploit right now with fuel, which is still a problem. So that's probably still to be sorted before any of that will help. Although, yeah, there's definitely... Like, how much was your Polaris? Was it 150,000 to refuel? The prices of vehicle components and ordnance were rebalanced as well, with the aim of tuning the use of a size 10 bomb into a serious financial decision. Now, I do agree with the direction here. I don't know if the prices are right or accurate, but increasing the prices in these areas are what should be happening. But yeah, whether they're the right prices or not yet is hard to say. A fellow Mac chatter laser printed me a custom mount. It holds up well. Sadly, I forgot the gent's name. Well, if you ever, yeah, if anyone does that, let us know. By all means, you know, help out the community with it. Be very helpful. Spantek, welcome. How you doing today? It happens whenever a server thinks the ship is irreparable, intersected with an environment model. What does that mean? Yeah, in English, please. You are. You're awesome. Love making videos. How you doing? Thank you for stopping by. Are you well? Sims's just got VKBs. Did you go for the gladiators? When game thing ship is inside model game poof ship, problem is it's happening way too often to the point of basically being random. Yeah, it's definitely overkill right now. They need to sort of calm that down. Absolutely. Are you off, Gene? Have a good day, my friend. I'll catch you hopefully on Wednesday. So for you, Law, it's PC upgrade, then Sticks, then TOBII. Right way of doing it. Yeah. It's, you know, get your PC capable of playing it first, because buying Sticks or TOBII would be irrelevant if it isn't. Then Sticks to get that control. You can use your webcam for head tracking to start with, just to kind of get to grips with it. It's not the best, but it's functional. And then go for something like TOBII. 4 times in one day, Apoc, your ship disappeared. Wow. Cypher, how you doing? I mean, I can recommend the G9. I use the G9. It is a phenomenal PC, a monitor, especially when playing with HDR, full screen in Star Citizen. It's like, whoa. Now, the one I use is probably a lot cheaper. It's the first G9 that they released from Samsung. They have an OLED version. I don't know what that's called, the Neo or whatever. There is some really... I mean, I would love the OLED, but I can't, you know, justify with the one that I have buying that one, trying to sell this one. It's just a pointless spend, but I'll definitely eventually get the OLED when this one either conks out or, I don't need to sell a kidney. Kitty, how you doing? Nice to see you. You need a new monitor. You've only got 3. I would certainly love to get one up there, but I don't know if it's necessary. It depends on what resolution I can stream at. If I could stream full screen, then I would need all of this information moved up onto a separate monitor, which would be kind of cool. But yeah. Yeah, OLED is just the way to go, isn't it? You have that one, do you, Special Circs from G9? You went with a 32-inch Alienware 4K OLED. I mean, I'm sure it looks phenomenal. You have 2, 3 would be better. But then when you get 3, wouldn't 4 be better? Shafto, how you doing? Welcome. Well, I've seen this problem many times. Oh, the Lynx works. It's just the web gateway that's currently having issues. Oh, okay. Thank you, Deacon. In that case, nothing to worry about there. Nomad has the Neo Odyssey 1. Massive monitor. Yeah, I mean, you know, when I first got the first G9, it was like, wow. And then they rolled out a new one. And then they rolled out the OLED one. It's like, oh, man. That little subtle lean to the side was me farting, by the way. Yeah, family's great, thank you, Kitty. How are you and yours? How's the streams? Are you streaming today? Right, what else we got with the economy team? The prices... Oh, no, we've just read that one. Vehicle costs... This is interesting, actually. Vehicle repair costs were also rebalanced, taking into account the new prices for components and commodities, which makes sense. For example, repairing a ship hull should be a lot cheaper than replacing missing components. So when, Deacon, when you lost that wing for your 300 series... I'm assuming there were components and weapons lost within that as well, which is why it was 61,000. So this is something that we're going to need to think about with our ships. Certain ships have components that are... If they're on like areas that are quite, not fragile, but prone to breaking off and being lost, that repair is going to cost a lot more than just fixing, you know, fabricating the wing again, if that makes sense. So 1 gun, 3 missiles, which is, yeah, why it costs so much to replace. You did a silly thing and got a job, and they expect you to work. No! Who are these people? What's wrong with them? Don't they know you've got a stream to keep up with? You tried to subscribe. I will as soon as I find my Apple account. What's this for? Frood, how you doing? Welcome. Flipping jobs. Absolute BS. Well, congrats on getting the job, by the way. As much as it's a shame you're not streaming as much, I'm sure it's a good thing that you and you're happy that you got a job. Amatox, what are you doing anyway? I forgot to ask this. Did the mouse rail come with a mouse pad? I don't think it comes as default. It is an additional extra. There's nothing to say that you can't, make your own mouse pad, but I'm pretty sure they're separate. So you buy the mouse thing, the mount, and then you buy the pad afterwards. I think. You're only 2 weeks in, so it'll balance out soon enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, on the website, yeah, so when you go, so you click through to, let me kind of show you, hang on. I'll pull it up for you now. Let's go here. So, hang on. So this is the MonsterTech website. Now, what I have is, sorry, that was a bit too fast. So you go to show all from the rail mounts. Law, thank you so much for the subscription there, my friend. And Kruben, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Beers and party, please. Hang on, let me just update this while I remember. Thank you so much, Law. Obviously, your priority is, well, PC, sticks, TOBII, but it starts with subbing to Mac, which I like. You're not disturbing. No, not at all, mate. So I essentially have the rail, the keyboard. So here's the mouse rail mount, which doesn't, from what I understand, doesn't come with it. I mean, essentially, you don't need one. My mouse actually rolled across it quite comfortably. But where is it? The pad's here, so it's an extra 24 euros. 20 quid for the mouse pad. It is nice because it's got the logo and it's shaped, but you're paying an extra 20 quid for a mouse pad, right? Absolutely law. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's nice. I've got one for the keyboard as well, but it's an extra cost, which is a shame, but, it's just the way it is, I guess. A few scaffold poles and some flat plates of sheet metal and you're laughing. Yeah, make sure you have your tetanus shot, but DIY. That's the way to go. I don't know when I'm doing a studio tour. I actually, now that I've got this little handheld camera thing that I'm commandeering everything from Rach. She gets all this stuff sent for like TikTok and whatnot, and like the mount for my tablet, and I'm like, oh, can I have that? She's just got a solar powered power bank. I'm like, can I take that camping? That would be really helpful. So now that I've got the means to do it, I mean, I'll let me just show you the shit tip that is my office right now, and why. I mean, this is like, okay, let me just increase it. I'll show you a quick behind the scenes studio tour of the absolute mess of an office that I have. So we have boxes of crap that I got out of the attic down there that I need to sort through. We've got all that starcitizen stuff. Then stuff that's been in the attic since I moved here, which apparently was like 4 years ago. We have my PC there, guitar on the wall, nothing on that wall yet. Got my couch, that's my head. Got to have those teddies for when summer comes in. Moving around here, we have another guitar and all this stuff of like the peripherals, my accounts. They're all my watches and watch making things. Accounts down there. All that, that's MonsterTech stuff of all the different mounting things that I have not found for this. I'm needing one thing for that to connect to, what are we looking at here? I'm confused. So, hang on. Let's do this the right way. So, my view, let's just take TOBII off for a sec, is No, that's not my view. This is my view. Oh, hey. We have the tablet with GAMEGLASS here, which will come on in a second. Look at this, just an absolute shit tip of an office that I need to sort out before I do a proper tour. A second now then, boosh, there we go. So I've got that on there. Around here, if I slide that up slightly, this is cool, this mount, by the way. This isn't on the website for MONSTERTECH. I haven't seen this anywhere, but this is their tablet thing with the little feet there. This is supposed to have a little triangular bracket that attaches to a plate that then attaches to this, so this can sit here. And I cannot find that plate, that bracket at all. I don't think I was sent one. That's what I'm going to say to Crucian, that you guys didn't send me one, so can I get one? But I'm going to check the attic first before I do, because I've chucked a lot of stuff up there. These are just full of crap. Alright, just rubbish in there. Both of them full to the brim. That's my plate. That's my StarCitizen hat. That's mouldy because it's been in the attic, so I put it in there and I'm probably going to wash it or throw it away. This is stuff that I'm throwing away. More watches, my coffee machine, my organizer that hasn't been updated in a long while, a plant that's dying, and other coffee and stuff. And then up there we've got my watch screwdrivers, my StarCitizen memorabilia, some watches that I'm working on now. It is not ready for a proper tour. I need to get things organized and sorted. And yeah, I need to get tidying. There's even more outside. I had the two monitors that I was using before I switched to this monitor. Were in Summer's cupboard, which I took out, and I'm going to sell them. Amongst other things, it's just, you know, when you have a list of things to do, and the only time you get to do it are on an evening time when you're like, I need to sleep. That's where I'm at right now. Play some guitar. No, not today. I don't even think it's in tune. I don't think so anyway. Oh. But the coffee machine is nice, but I use the one downstairs. Yeah, listen to that. That's not in tune. Sounds like the D string is out of whack. That's another thing I need to sort out, and it's just the thing with I've become obsessed with watches, not expensive watches like £10, £20 vintage watches, and now I've got the bug where I want to restore them. So I'm getting all the gear, and the gear is expensive, so I have to do it in spits and starts. The plant, I don't know what's happened to the plant. It seems to be dying, poor thing. You can't remember when you last twanged your wife's G-string. She's a double bass player. Very nice, double bass. Real watches or clocky ones? What on earth are clocky watches? They're real watches. This one I paid, I think it was 12 quid for. And it's a 1950s Roan 15 jeweled mechanical watch. And it works. It did. I actually bought it to repair because I wasn't sure if it works or not. But I'm going to restore the case. Yeah, proper mechanical ones. Can't be doing with this. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get quartz now and again, but yeah. ClickSpring. No, I haven't heard of them. I watched a few of the YouTubers. They're the ones that got me into it. Right now, I'm out of the watch move phase. I go through phases. I have, you know, sometimes I want to work on my watches. Sometimes I want to do working out. Sometimes I want to... Right now, I'm on let's get my office sorted kind of phase. No, I'm not using Vulcan. In fact, they do mention it. That might be the next thing we're going to talk about, busted up. So, hey, Siri, remind me about ClickSpring in 10 minutes. I'll check them out as well.
Okay, I added ClickSpring for this evening at 5:24 p.m.
Yo, Motherfig, how you doing? It's the hardest part is not understanding the mechanicals of a watch, it's working at that scale. Let me just show you this for a sec. Like, you literally have to work under a microscope. It's insane how small this stuff is. Bear with me. But yeah, there's an update on Vulcan in a second, actually. I'll get to that. So, I'm a bit reluctant to pick it up because it's so small. This is a screw. It's not even the smallest of screws, but... Oh boy, here we go. Can you see that? That is a screw for a mechanical watch. That's quite a large screw for a mechanical watch. The difficulty is working at that scale. And if you're using tweezers and then it goes fling, it's gone. It's just gone. Sorry for starting everyone's Siri. Right, so let's just talk about the graphics team. So they've worked on significant... So it's the graphics, the VFX, programming, and Planet Tech team. They've worked on significant performance and stability improvements for 4.0. The team also finalized internal support for Vulcan and rolled it out as the default renderer for the developers, which includes many stability improvements alongside multi-threading improvements to increase CPU performance on multi-core machines. And these improvements are in the main branch, so they will reach the persistent universe when the next major pull on the main code branch takes place. I still use... I don't use Vulkan at the moment. I still use, what's it called? DX11. But when the next... whatever that is, when the next main code pull happens, that could be like 4.1. I really don't know. That's when Vulkan will replace, I suppose, DX11, and it'll be the main one going forwards. And multi-threading should be a part of that as well. Saying that, I don't think they'll remove DX11. I think they'll still keep that for machines that are, that aren't capable of running DX, I guess. You're a watch person yourself, are you, Dustin? Tourbillon watches, and such a cool mechanism. Tourbillon, that rings a bell. If it isn't vintage, I don't generally pay attention to them. I went through a phase of not knowing what to get, and then I found for like less than 20 quid you can get these vintage watches, and I can just, I'm working on the case, polishing it up, smoothing it out, working on the mechanism, getting them working, swapping out mainsprings and things. So yeah, I just love them. I love watches, but when I'm interested. Right now I'm kind of like, I'm working on other things. There is good money in watch restoration, but I don't know I know very little. I haven't taken one fully apart or put it back together yet, so that's next on my agenda. Sagan, how you doing? Start a campfire in your room and play some guitar. Yeah, let's just set fire to the room. I mean, to be fair, that's probably the best way to get rid of all this crap. When will we get the Raptor? That is the biggest question. Absolutely. That is a real vehicle, by the way. They did say it's a real vehicle. Ooh, Moodoo do some really nice watches, Curly. Yeah. Do you know, I only just noticed that Roma is still going. I went to a shopping mall the other day and they had Roma watches. Been after one of those for a while. Yeah, for under 30 quid you can't lose. Absolutely. You get a really nice vintage watch. You don't buy vintage watches to keep time. I don't wear a watch to keep time. I've got a phone in my pocket to do that. I keep it for the sake of what it means, Tourbillon is a type of mechanical movement that rotates the whole escapement bit to even out time losses and gains. Wow, I haven't heard of those. So it's like an automatic movement that can auto-correct. I will probably not start working on one of those until I've learnt the basics. Wow. You've noticed Vulcan had improved performance in 4.0.1, has it? Well, that's good. Yeah, I've not been to any flea market. Most of these are just on eBay, which obviously you're paying a bit more than you would probably like. But yeah, car boots, flea markets, you can find some real steals. The Raptor will be useful once we've had our hangars operating for 6 months with bottle. Yeah, absolutely. I do honestly think they will allow us to use the Raptor. As much as it was like a joke during whatever it was, April Fools, it's a real vehicle that you will see driving around, technically cleaning up the place. But I do honestly think it's a vehicle that we'll be able to use and work and handle. Yeah, a working bin would be nice as well. Triggerfish. Was it Triggerfish? Does it have a different name than Triggerfish? Or is it actually just Triggerfish? Because I know Triggerfish stemmed from them, that extra planet that doesn't exist. Do they have another name for it in the verse? DNO, how you doing? Welcome. 07. Oh, it's all right, Mother. I don't think we're going to have time to play today, but is that the name for the April Fool's Day in the verse? In that case, yeah, that's when they released it, wasn't it, Triggerfish? Dirty floor from driving your mule and dragging boxes and other things. You have a theory they're not jokes. They're just testing ideas. Maybe, yeah. They did say, though, that Raptor, as much as it was a bit of a joke in terms of how they portrayed it and promoted it, is an actual vehicle that is working, right? Yeah, sorry, Mother. Sorry, Mother. Edison, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, the Perseus. Oh, what a beautiful ship that's going to be. Be interesting to see that versus the Polaris go head-to-head. I mean, flying around in Pyro with a Polaris and a Perseus, people are going to be like, you know what? We're not going to mess. Looking at this playing in the background, our sneak mechanics, not some, I mean, yes and no. A lot of the sneak mechanics really just stem from AI work. So the, audible visual perception and how that works. They have been working on that a lot. As I say, night and day affects it. Other perception values as well are engaged in that, like decibels. But in terms of actual stealth, I don't think there's much else they would need to do beyond that. A lot of it is just based on how fast you're moving. I mean, audio would have a big part to play in that, obviously. Like, if you look at Tarkov and how, the stealth in that is detrimental to the game, core to the game. So I'm hoping CIG, when they, work on things like realistic audio and that sort of stuff, it'll work along those lines as well. Oh no, you've done it now. You've annoyed the deacon. Which one is this? The Aegis? What's it called? The Inquisitor, maybe? Anyway, yeah. So that's Vulcan on its way out. Finally, for the T, I've put for the team, research and development for global illumination, reflections, and Planet Tech version 5 all progressed and will continue at full pace now that the team's work on Alpha 4.0 is complete. So, again, no idea when we're going to see global illumination or reflections or Planet Tech version. We know Planet Tech version 5 is going to roll out incrementally with various elements coming to various planets at certain times throughout, I suppose, this year going forwards. But we've got all those biomes, we've got all the new generated like soil, weather, which we will talk about in a second. I mentioned that on Monday, not on Friday. But yeah, so Planet Tech version 5, a lot of cool stuff coming with that, as we saw during the Genesis panel. And hopefully we'll start seeing that roll out pretty soonish. Bearded fella, how you doing? 4.0 was decent at release. The degradation is what killed it. Yeah, 4.0.1 is fine, but wait till the persistence hits. And well, there's that as well. A lot of it is just continuing that, to recover from the degradation and so forth. But most of the issues are before you even get into game, trying to get into game. Hangars, the missions, refining that stuff. Like, server stuff is always going to be a problem until dynamic meshing comes along. Motherfig, thank you so much for the gift, sir. Beers and Paddy, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, dynamic meshing will be the fix for the degrading servers. So when a server gets to a certain frame rate or a certain level of degradation, it'll be swapped out with a new one dynamically, and it won't matter, right? It'll just be, whoop, here's the new one. While we still have static, that will still be a problem, but what we have seen with 4.0 is that the speed at which things degrade is decreased, so it takes a lot longer for a server to decrease. And the each server is individual, so you know, you could have some people on one server seeing a lot of problems, and then a different server handling the planet next door is fine. So yeah, there's a lot to it, but yeah, with 4.0.1 still being static meshing, we'll still have issues like that, but they will it'll be better than what we had in the 3 series, that's for sure. Eric, looking at this planet, oh, I've just flipping read that. What am I doing? Where can I start my garden in Gen 5 Planet Tech? Oh, Glass Soul, where do you want to start your garden? That's the real question. Yeah, I want a beer, actually. I'm going to go get a beer. Sorry, Flymo. I realise you're probably not in a situation to have one, but now you've said it, I want one. So I'm going to go get one, and then we'll carry on with this one. You might be entertained by the sunburn. Oh yeah, the mini fridge. I do need to get a mini fridge. That would be so much better than doing this. Anyway, where were we? So, Interactable's team, they developed assets for contested zones like keycards, server blades, fuse slots, and completed a performance bug pass. Is that it for that one? Yeah. Happy Monday, everybody. Whew, there we go. You had too much beer this weekend, Rowling. Is it hanging on you now? What else have we got? Locations team spent time supporting Alpha 4.0. Kitty, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Beers and party, please. To you, thank you. Oh. They also included polishing, optimizing, and bug fixing Pyro's contested zones and outposts. Welcome back, Kevsky. How you doing? You've got a beer now as well. Under the influence. Yeah, but my beer's 0 alcohol, so, you know, you've only got yourself to blame. I take no responsibility for your crazy shenanigans. Skip that one. There we go. This one might have the MOBI glass with all the missions on it. Let me keep an eye on it. The mission design team continued on with the mission system refactor, with bugs being prioritized and triaged. While analytics show high completion rates for missions, some users are still coming across issues. So the team is currently attempting to reproduce and fix exactly what is causing them. And alongside this, mission design kicked off a new content plan for 2025, which will be shared in the coming months. So again, focusing on just fixing what we have with the mission system refactor and just getting it working. Narrative focused on finishing mission content for 4.0. Are we going to get the MONSTERTECH pop up? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I can't remember exactly what video it was from. This is like a cut of many different videos, old and new. With the addition, so the narrative team focused on finishing off mission content for 4.0. With the addition of Pyro, there were many mission archetypes with different complexities and steps that needed to be applied to all mission providers in the system. And outside of this, they say they also continued to work on evergreen content like generating names and descriptions for items, liveries, weapons, and armor, plus the team planned storytelling and character initiations. Skip 4.0.1, just give you the Perseus. Oh, you've got the Peroni Zero. Ooh, that's nice. Deacon, you've gone for a top shelf, have you? Very nice. Bit of piss water. You're just on coke at this time. %0 has a place. In the corner thinking, what it did wrong. Go and have a word with yourself. Old Peculiar. Man, that's an old one. I've not had that in a while. For the online services team, they finalized the back-end services crucial to several key features like the mission system refactor, the entity subscription service and market refactor. It's a bit gassy, sorry. The scenario service and various social services updates, each one playing a vital role in making server meshing a reality. The team also devoted considerable time and resources to assist in and blocking accounts experiencing various issues. That's the thing with 4.0 now is the big difference between 4.0 and 4.0.1 especially is in 4.0 there is a lot of things stopping people from even getting into the game, or when they're in the game getting out of the hangar and out of the elevators, out of the space stations or planet or landing zones. That's the main priority, is getting people access again. When they get in, whether they can do anything is another thing altogether, but yeah, that's the point. The live tools team continued to roll out new features for Hex that have been in development for several months, and in the latest update, the tool can manage access and permissions in a more granular way, and a new module to help manage in-game events and missions. Now, my favourite bit of the report, which is R&D team. Let me just catch up on chat. You're waiting for the Legionnaire, which is waiting on hacking gameplay. Other than that, waiting for the Paladin as well. Maybe see them at Invictus. I mean, yeah, hacking. They're obviously working on it, and they've made somewhat progress on it. We haven't seen anything. But it'll be cool to see where that is. Because, like you say, the Legionnaire is needing it. They must have made a lot of progress because their aim was for the Legionnaire to come out last year, and they didn't manage to because hacking wasn't ready. But that's not to say that hacking is non-existent. It's just behind closed doors at this point. Huge getting your ships out at 4.0 preview. What's that? 12 wings, sorry, mate. Moon, welcome. Oh, 7. Hog's Back Brewery. Ooh. A over T. I've not heard of them. 9% average. I remember having Duval, my brother's wife's father-in-law. My brother's father-in-law. When we all went to watch a football match in Hull, because they're big Hull supporters. We were talking, prior to that we were talking about beers and so forth, back when I was drinking. And he mentioned a beer called Duval, which I'd never tried, which is, I think, a Belgian beer. And he brought it, and it was like, a bottle that big. And I remember I was doing a stream at the time drinking it. not realizing it's I think it's about a 9%er, isn't it? 8, 9, maybe 12%, something like that. And after drinking it, it was like sitting down all that time drinking it, standing up, and you're all over the spot. Crazy. You're going to nip out and get yourself a beer figure. By the time you get back, I might have finished. Disposable Hero, how you doing? Are you well, my friend? Nice to see you. You're drinking your Bovril. Womp womp. If you're ever in Michigan, it's a craft beer capital of the... It's the craft beer capital of the world, is it? You get spoiled. If I ever get to Michigan, I will certainly check out some beers there. Your favourite craft beer, as always, are the strong ones. Tastes so much better. I just end up so wonky. Anyway, so R&D. The R&D team continued to finalise the core system components for the first version of Dynamic Weather. I read this on Friday, but if you weren't here on Friday, this is exciting stuff. The previously implemented weather map support was extended to also include a rain accumulation map with a physically plausible evaporation and percolation model. Remember, they want it to be a sim, essentially. The planets, which include the soil, the weather, everything needs to be. You want it to be a sim because when farming comes along, you may plant a plant randomly in the ground and it will either grow or not based on the weather type, the soil type, the warmth, everything. This uses the planet's temperature, humidity, and wind map, which also drives terrain and biome generation as an input. So I guess it'll be what biomes we see, what type of terrain, the shape of that terrain will be determined by the wind in that area, and I think it generates a simulation over the duration of a long period of time, like millions of millennia, to where that planet would likely be like based on the age of the planet and so forth, I think, which will determine what the terrain looks like. Also, support for rain clustering was added to limit rain to specific regions and types of clouds. And also, don't forget seasons. That will be a big part of that as well. So plants won't grow in winter as well. Similar controls were added for lighting, and the quality of lighting events locations extracted from the weather map was improved. Volumetric cloud shadow rendering was stabilized to further improve occasional stepping artifacts when the camera moved, especially when the sun at low angles was above the horizon. And finally, various back-end changes were implemented, which included introducing a dependency chain so that runtime generated cloud and weather maps and their dependencies can be updated lazily. I'm not sure what that means. I assume that just means it doesn't have to be constant and continuous. It's just as and when necessary, maybe. Plus, weather animation states now propagate to all systems and threads working with them, so related gameplay and physics effects should be consistent with rendering. Man, I cannot wait for weather to start rolling out. I feel like they're probably at the point where, we could even see weather start rolling out for certain planets as soon as 4.1. We know the clouds move already. They look phenomenal. What they present on the planet's surface with the big shadows and light shafts is just mind-blowing, and that's without weather. Chutney, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Bev, Barrett, you know what to do. Thank you so much. Just started your shift at work and you are making me want a beer. Where I live in California, we have some of the best. I didn't know you were in California, Disposable. Sorry, mate. It's just... Ooh. That's very, very refreshing. What was the name of that watch thing? Not Clip... It wasn't Clip Spring, was it? It was something else. Was it Clock Spring? A cheeky little Monday party. It is. Yeah. Nobody likes Mondays. So let's make Mondays fun again. You don't remember the last time you had a beer. I really only drink them in the summer. I usually stick to bourbon drinks, vodka martinis, and wine for the rest of the year, because you are refined, Sandman. But yeah. Beer in nice, refreshing beer in summer is nice. Click Spring, thank you. I'll have to change that because I will Google it wrong. The click is actually a part of the mechanism, and it has a spring. And is that the spring that every time someone's working on it and it goes poing? But the click is what stops your ratchet wheel from unwinding itself. So when the main spring is built up, you know, you can release the click and it'll unwind the spring. So I am learning stuff. You're also popping between tasks, are you, LGA? You love a good chewy beer. What, one of those thick, dark, like a stout. They're kind of chewy. Or a Guinness, yeah. Your real goal for the year is to travel to Ireland and have a real Guinness. Rachel went to Ireland with a friend of hers and went to the factory that produce, or the brewery that create Guinness, that brew it. The Guinness Brewery, as some people refer to it. And yeah, she went up, you know, a friend had a pint. She asked for a half with blackcurrant, and the guy was like, "We don't do cocktails, love." And she felt really awful about it. But I like Guinness. They do a non-alcoholic Guinness, actually. You're watching the artist on a video, and all I can think of is Romans Go Home from the Life of Brian. Oh, I have to watch those again. I can't wait until Summer's old enough to watch the Monty Python stuff. I don't know what age would be recommended for that, but she's 2.5. It'll be fine. What else have we got? So, tech art and animation. They continued with a range of long-term tasks to facilitate improvements across the board, like finalizing several creatures, ensuring they are ready to be deployed across various planets. Deacon, thank you so much for gifting Hoons a gift sub. That is very kind of you, sir. Hoons, enjoy. Make sure you make use of those emotes as well, because Sandman has pretty much created all of those, and they are the bee's knees or the dog's bees that don't have knees. The bees that don't have knees. Start her young on Python. Don't withhold, yeah. What about the Alien franchise, though? A good light on hops Imperial Brown. Ooh. Have you ever been in a brewery? Welcome, by the way, man. Where, I think you've been here a while, haven't you? Where you can smell the barley coming up from the cellar. And it's like, oh, that's nice. You're struggling with your 8-year-old and what to watch. Is it kind of like the struggle is, do I let them watch something a little older? Or is there something, is it like a really awkward age for good things to watch? I nearly missed the whole there. 16 for Alien. Okay. Yeah, I don't want nightmares. It's bad enough. But anyway, it says, like it says here, finalizing several creatures, ensuring that they're ready to be deployed across various planets. Several, to me, is 4 or more. You got 1, a couple, a few being 3, then a handful, really, up to 5. But several sound like 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're finalizing several creatures, ensuring they're ready to be deployed across the various planets. Now, something Jared said recently, well, not recently, a little while back, was they won't tell us about every creature they roll out. They will wait for us to discover it. Unfortunately, most will be probably found in the leaks and spoiled that way if you watch them. But hopefully some slip through the cracks. And one too many lots. Troll counting. Welcome, Wonko. What's that from? I'm assuming that's from something coming from you. I can't imagine what that's from. So yeah, there could be 4 or 5 more creatures. Suddenly, that's something we'll see throughout this year as well, is an abundance of more creatures coming along. Yeah, I really enjoyed Alien Romulus. I actually want to watch that again. It was done so well. And with Alien Earth on the way, when's that coming? September, I think, isn't it? Which is like a series, an episodical series based within the Alien universe. Whew, I'm excited. No, yeah, I think you're probably right there, Motherfig. I don't know how old I was when I watched Alien or things like that. I don't think I suffered much from nightmares from films and things. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, it's Summer's. She's so delicate. She's not ready for Alien. Or is it Men at Arms by Terry Pratchett? Nice. A very long series. They put up a new teaser last night. Did they? Oh, I'll have to watch that. Yeah, I hope one of these creatures. June, what's happening June winter? Not for Alien Earth, is it? I hope we get a xenomorph. I mean, I know we will get a xenomorph-style creature soon. Not soon, sorry, but eventually. Because, they take inspiration from this stuff. So we will definitely see one. But when? Right? Yeah, where are they going to be? Are they going to be space only? Are they going to be in a derelict space station? Are they going to be in a cave? Man, I can't wait. You saw Copians attacking a flock of quasi-grazers. The 3 Copians lost versus 6 grazers. That's interesting. Something I'm assuming most of you know, because I'm sure I've mentioned it before anyway, even though you probably heard CIG talking about it. But when it comes to creatures and fauna, they want the environment to be natural and realistic with day-night cycles and the food chain, right? There's, the circle of life, a full ecosystem where there are predators, apex, and, there are those that are not. And they're just there in the background on a planet with weather, with seasons, with global illumination. And then we go there. So yeah, that will be very nice. Alien and Blade Runner universe, they are one and the same. I think I've heard that before, but that feels like, again, news to me. That's cool. Can you watch something like Blade Runner, or even the new one, and actually see any references? So it's coming out in June. Is it winter? I thought it was summer. That's right. Yeah, it's coming out in summer, not September. Summer, who is probably getting read to right now, would be like, Daddy? You rewatch things and say nope. What, really? See, it doesn't bother me. I've never suffered from gore. Like certain things like Saw and that are way over gorified are like just annoying. It's like, oh, why? Why do they need to do that? Leave it to the imagination of the viewer. But yeah, horror stuff, it's not really gotten me too bad. There are a few Easter eggs in there. Oh, nice. You did winter. Yeah, you literally reduced that time frame by months. We're not far off. I mean, we're not in spring yet. Watch a YouTube video on it. They show the little Easter eggs hidden throughout the movies that tie them together. The small things like messages on screens and names of corporate... I'm sure you guys have told me this before, but I must have forgotten. That is pretty cool. Well, I know Alien and Predator are kind of combined. Yeah, they've obviously made a franchise combining them. Yeah, same, Kitty. The suspense, not just pure gore. That's pointless. It annoys me now that you find that everything is just so overly gorified. Yeah, it's on Disney in the UK. That's where I've seen the updates and things. Finally, we're actually making it through before we finish the stream. We have the VFX team who supported the vehicle teams with the Mirai Guardian and the location teams with a variety of Pyro location work. They also worked on Pyro, including CZs, contested zones, rundown stations, asteroid bases, and VFX-heavy jump points. And that's the monthly report. Done. We're there. So we actually managed to get through something without the running into me just talking too much. Well, yeah, they have actually the gangs in Pyro. Is it the headhunters that have domesticated Copians, which is the first step to pets. It's essentially the first step. Your daughter is 9 and moved aliens and and moved aliens. She loves them both. And she's 9. Okay, so not too far off then. The aliens on Riddick. Yeah, that would be an interesting one. No, I like that. The same operating system is used in the Blade flying car as in the Nostromo. Really? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. The first thing I did when I saw a Copian was try to give it a sandwich. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone down well. Anyway, I suppose we should sort of wind down the stream now. We've got 10 minutes left. Yeah, I found like Star Wars has been completely just dragged out. I enjoy certain ones that they release. Other ones are annoying and just boring. But the Alien franchise, I'm glad they're picking that back up. Well, they're not picking it back up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it, with Covenant and whatnot. But I've always been a fan of that. Maybe even see The Thing start making its rounds as well, which would be good. But again, it's that whole, like, I don't want them to just milk it to death where it's now watered down too much. Yeah, I really enjoy Skeleton Crew. I haven't finished it yet, but I am enjoying it. Andor was good, yeah. There's a few I haven't seen, but yeah, it started with Mandalorian for me, and it was like, this is good. A Star Trek collab in Star Citizen. I don't know how it would work, because there's so much that is unique to both franchises that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Disney do make a lot of crap, but they do make a lot of good stuff. Absolutely. There's a lot of variety there, I suppose, for everybody. Yeah, I love The Thing. The Thing and Alien were the two movies that I would watch time and time again. I don't know how old I was when I first saw them. I would have been a kid, because I remember at some point, Mum not stopped fighting me when I wanted to stay up and watch stuff. She was just like, you know what, just whatever. So I would binge everything, even Bollywood films I would be watching. I was just like, this is mint, I can stay up as late as I want, and at like 2 or 3 in the morning, Bollywood films would come on, and I'd be like, oh, Auntie number 1, this is cool. So yeah, I would have watched Alien and The Thing a long time ago, and just, I mean, not when they were first released. I definitely wasn't around in the 70s, but The Thing is just pure gold with the way that they present the monsters, the animatronics. When it started getting to the noughties and you had CGI that was bad, it ruined all those franchises. What is the best 3-man cruise ship? Probably the Zeus. There isn't many 3-man cruise ships, so essentially I think the only answer is going to be the Zeus. It's probably the only 3-man ship. Are there any other 3-man ships? Or 3-person ships? I don't think there is. Is the 400i one race base? Okay, 400 or the Zeus. The original thing dates back to the 50s. I didn't know that. Well, the Corsairs... the Connie is a 4-man ship, and so's the Corsair. Cutlass, I would say, is a 2-man ship more than anything. I don't know. It's yeah, there's a few, isn't there? I guess it's the idea is that not everything is limited by what they state as crew contingents, but I think that's their ideal. Yeah, absolutely, Winter. That's something that I like about all films that do that, where they don't show the creature or the monster until later on. Because the minute you see it, the minute your mind can start getting used to it and over it being scary. If it's shown too early on, it's like, okay, you've ruined it. Alien Expanded. Oh, I'll have to watch. Yeah, definitely. I'll check that out. Right now, I'm going through, I'm kind of addicted to Mystery at Blind Frog Ranch, which I've just finished season 2, and I'm starting to think a lot of it could be fabricated. Interesting. I'm learning a lot about geology and things, but I think a lot of it is fabricated. Still interesting to watch, though. Anyway, the ritual, they actually reveal the monster Oh, okay, The Ritual. That's the one set in England, or not set in England, but the Black Forest, isn't it? Where they see that really, really creepy, weird monster. If that's the one I'm thinking of, then yeah, that is a good one, even though they revealed it quite early on. Any good time travel? We started one that Rachel didn't want to finish that had Wolverine in. Not the Wolverine, but the guy, Hugh Jackman. I can't remember what that was. Is that any good? I haven't finished it yet. Yeah, the hiking in the woods. Yeah, I like that one. Flymo, it was the Mystery at Blind Frog Ranch. Essentially, this landowner of this... It's next to Skinwalker Ranch. This other ranch where they think they may have found Aztec gold underground, and they're trying to get it out of there. And it's really interesting learning about the history of it and how it works and what they're trying to do to get it. They're a bit gung-ho, but it's interesting. But then you see a lot of... Like, it's the typical over-the-top like show where they keep repeating the views of people looking at, like, weirdly at things as if they're reacting to something someone said, and it's like, that's not what they're talking about. But I like time-traveling films, actually. They're a little favourite of mine. Travellers. Oh, okay. That was an old series, wasn't it? Yeah, next to Skinwalker Ranch, a bit dubious. I haven't seen Dark. Is it voiceover? I struggle with voiceover stuff. I'll definitely have to watch it, though. I've heard of Primer, but I don't think I've watched it, no. Maybe. Yeah, Foundation is good. I like Foundation. Maybe I have seen Primer. Is it kind of like almost cel-shaded, like animated, but not? Yes, there will be pets. There will be pets. In fact, it was the last or second to last stretch goal. I think it might have been the second to last, where, and it was dedicated, it was created because of a dog that was in the first trailer for, one of the first trailers for Star Citizen, who passed away at the time, and they decided to dedicate to him the you know, cats, dogs, terrestrial pets, and then alien pets. We will have pets. Last Kingdom. I've heard of that, V-Hawk. Is that like Vikings? I haven't watched For All Mankind. I think you were telling me about that, Sandman, weren't you? Love The Expanse, but it's obviously done now. What are the... Are any of the versions stable, playable at the moment for Star Citizen? I would say your best bet, Kitty, is 4.0.1 on the PTU, which is the most stable and the most fun to be had, but obviously there's no longevity there because it's PTU. The preview build, there's a lot of problems. People are still playing it and having a great time, but there's still a lot of issues with it. And then you're left with 3.2.4, which is just a dead build at the moment. It's just for those who are wanting to complete Save Stanton. So yeah, that's really the best option. Ring bell front door. How you doing? Tenet. Yeah, that's the... Oh, what's his name? That was it took a lot to get my head around. I don't think I quite did. And if I watch it again, I'll probably understand it a bit more. But that was an interesting one. Yeah, Hoons. Sandman has told me about that one. I have a big list of what to watch. And, you know, I just go with how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling like watching something and binging it, I'll maybe watch a couple of episodes. I don't binge anymore. I don't have time to binge, but you know what I mean. Second time round, even better. Worth a second watch. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Took you 3 watches to understand it, but I enjoyed it when I didn't fully get it. Yeah, I've watched it. I'm like, oh, that was interesting and good, but I have no idea what happened. So I don't get it at all. It's watchable backwards. Is that because it... Yeah. My mind is already melting. Anyway, I am going to go. I will be back on Wednesday, all being well. There shouldn't be any reason why I'm not. Between 2 and 6 p.m. GMT. There is a new patch coming tonight, as they say, with a handful of fixes. It says that we are currently targeting a new 4.0.1 PTU release later today with a handful of fixes. Don't know what time this will be. It could be... Oh, Alakai, how you doing? Did I say hello to you, mate? I remember seeing your name a while back, and I don't even know if I said anything. This could come, you know, any like within the hour. It's more likely going to be overnight for us in the UK. Not likely going to be a release candidate. It might be, but I think until they get those critical issues down and fix whatever else is of a big deal. There's no blockers, essentially, but that's not to say that these are the critical bugs aren't something they want to tackle first. Then we will see. Yeah, stop by on Wednesday. We'll see how it goes. The sale ends tomorrow. I think the free fly might be kicking off on Wednesday, but we don't know yet. And yeah, we'll see what goes on. No This Week in Star Citizen yet. That's right, okay. Yeah, you too, Chutney. Thank you for hanging out with us. Goes to everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us, for the support, for chatting, for lurking in the background. Even if you're not chatting, I appreciate you watching and consuming and enjoying hanging out with us, or not. I mean, you might not enjoy. I don't know. Let me find someone to pass it on to. Who have we got? Oh, we got Anna on, but she's not playing Star Citizen this time around. Oh, Detox is on, though, so we'll probably pass it Detox's way. I know we said we'll send it Anna's way another time, but that'll be when she's playing Star Citizen, I think. So, Raid Detox. Oh, is it once a month? Ah, okay. Well, I mean, if it was on after my stream, that will come round again, won't it? Yeah, everybody enjoy your evenings, whatever it is you get up to. Thunderwolf, how you doing? I'm so sorry, my friend. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday. I do apologise. Enjoy Detox's stream. I will see you Wednesday. By that point, hopefully we have more ideas to when 4.0.1 will go live. It really depends on just the patch, the bugs, you know, the problems, the known issues. If they can get them sorted, then we could see it come anytime. I do feel it's this week, but you know, until they say anything, we could speculate all we like, can't we? Thank you, Sandman, for sharing that link there. That is Detox on Twitch. Is he actually is he dual streaming, or is that just his YouTube? By all means, check out his YouTube as well. Highly recommend this guy. Good friend of mine. Great guy. Right, let's get to my end screen, which looks a little something like this. I will see you all very, very soon. And good night.